Hello, everybody. We're D&D Boyband, a group of friends who would like to get together and play D&D. Obviously, this is quite a different session compared to what we normally do. This is the epilogue for those of us who've been here and saw last time. We defeated the BBEG. There's a little bit of wrapping up to do with that story, but then it's mainly going to be you guys, the players, talking about what your characters would have been up to, what they would have done once the adventuring's over, all the threats are resolved, or perhaps dealing with what hasn't been covered by this story. Yeah, this was a D&D campaign set in the Critical Role world of Exandria, taking place about 10 years after the events of CR1. The group have traveled most of the breadths of 2 continents, tal'dorei, starting around Craghammer, down to the Silverclock Crossroads, deep beneath to the Underdark, to Cyrog, and Ortsavel, across to Wildmount, in particular areas around the Kryn Dynasty, Arizona, and the Barb Fields, back to Imon, and then once picking up teleportation all over the place. So, perhaps for the last time, I'm Dungeon Master Jamie, and joining me tonight are the Spice Boys. First of all, let me introduce Clood as Rasha and Barnes.
Hello.
Eski as Zug.
Hello.
Sai as Aku.
Hey.
Luke as Ascor.
Yes, me.
Aaron as Haydn. Hannah as Casadius. Cool. So, again, I don't. Other than the fact we're finishing, there might not be any major announcements. So again, yeah, last week the BBEG was defeated. You guys managed to put a stop to whatever Ghost was planning, and despite the purple crystal heart attempting to reform, you traveled to the Arbour Exemplar and entombed whatever was left in the coffin and the enchantment that had once held Vespin. That's mostly where we cut to black. So to start off with, you guys obviously are now having to walk back to Rasona. Given your level, nothing there really bothers you, and your ability to create food and stuff. But I suppose if there was any roleplay or anything you wanted to talk about.
Oh, damn, we're not going to make a
characters.
survival check. Come on. How many days?
Not, but that was it.
You fail it,
Oh.
we all die.
Yeah. So, is there anything before you guys get back to Rasona, go your separate ways, that you would want to talk about?
So, I think before they even leave the mansion, probably, their party mansion of exhaustion, I think Barnes would have gone up to the room he'd made for Vespin, and kind of pushed his way into the room holding a tray of baked goods that he has not baked. He has made the automata bake, breakfast in bed, and sort of dumped it upon the probably very sleepy Archmage and said, "All right, so we need to run away. That's what I've decided. We're going to have to escape because they'll probably execute you when you go back to Rosanna, so we're going to be vigilantes. I've decided. Like Dark Knight style sort of things."
That was that play I liked.
Yeah, no, what play? What are you talking about? It was a movie, Vespin.
Oh, a play, a movie, so long ago. But I'm really glad that you've decided, Barnes.
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, I've made the executive decision that you're not going to die. I'm going to do everything in my power to prevent that from happening. You've done it quite enough, so we'll be leaving. Going on a trip.
Seem kind of pause and smile and look at you and... No. That's not what's gonna happen.
Well, we cannot go on a trip. We can, like, stay in the general vicinity, but we have to leave Rosanna regardless.
Imagine what that life would be like.
Pretty good. I mean, I know they don't have sewers anymore, or, you know, amenities or proper baths, but it's not too bad. It's not too terrible a life. I've quite enjoyed my time with the Spice Boys, to be honest.
Being on the run, being the most hunted 2 people probably in Exandria,
But you'd be alive, so it would be better than the alternative.
I don't think they're going to kill me.
What do you mean? You caused the calamity. They had you in jail, but now the thing's over. Like, we're done. I mean,
That man, Essek, was it?
oh yeah, shitty Essek Talus, little
I've
bitch man.
I've known men like him all my life, and their hungry eyes and need for power and knowledge. To them, I'm a valuable asset. And he says it with a little bit of disdain. I'm certain that they'll make a huge song and dance about how dangerous I am, and then lock me away somewhere and use me as they need me. And maybe if I'm cooperative enough, it will be comfortable. But I think that even now, I'm too valuable to be killed.
And you're okay with that? You'd rather that than see
I would
what's
only
wrong with the world?
have one stipulation, but in helping them. And that would be that I could still see you.
Oh.
And you could be free and come back and tell me all about it. And maybe over a long enough time, I'd be given more freedoms. But I think, given what happened, and it wasn't entirely my fault, but I may have had some small part in what happened.
Did you?
Maybe this is more public penance than whatever was happening in the wand, and you see him kind of shudder a bit. But I think books, safety, and lack of public awareness are all probably... I mean, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I've been gone for thousands of years. How the hell you've navigated it? I can't imagine. No toilets? Jesus.
I had good guides. Yeah, Jesus be damned indeed. Right.
I don't think that's not Jesus, but Chained
No,
Oblivion.
Archmage Jesus.
He was an awful guy.
He sucked ass.
So no vans.
Water into wine. What
No
a
running
shitty
away
party
for
trick.
us. No vigilantes. No Dark Knight. Books. Boredom. But us. And I mean, come on, how much can they really expect to hold me for too long? I'll probably be as free as I want. It just might take some time.
I have one stipulation myself. We're going for dinner before they lock you up. To talk about things. You know, sort of. I don't remember, or presumably we had a first date, and...
Several.
Several... Well... That's it. That's my stipulation. And,
There's a cliff above Vasselheim.
Vasselheim?
I wonder if it's still there.
It still exists. All right, then that's it. We're going to have dinner. You're going to be locked away, and eventually one day we will go to the cliff above Vasselheim, and that is my stipulation. And if you do decide you want to be a vigilante in the next few days while we walk through some shitty desert, just say the word.
I'd rather not have to kill the legions of people they send after us. But I'll let you know if it changes.
He's like, nudges the breakfast. I obviously didn't cook this because this is an interdimensional magical space, but, I brought croissants. I'm going downstairs.
Has your baking got any better?
No.
You tried?
You know me, I can't do anything for myself. It's awful. Do you know in this world we have to do so much shit for ourselves? There aren't, like, robots to do it for us. We actually have to cook. Like we actually do.
Kind of furrows his brow. I'm gonna have to read a lot of books not about magic, aren't I?
So many. Me too, to be honest. Anyway, I'm going back downstairs. Join us if you want to. And
I'll
yeah.
look, but I think I'm not still trusted. It
Oh.
will take some time.
Okay. Well, I'll
And
Hmm.
it'll be worth it. And on that, I'll sign anything you want.
see you at dinner. And he's gonna pick up a pillow and smack him and walk out and not blush, but he totally does. And that's all.
That's all. Anything else from anyone? While you're making your way back?
Aku's gonna find wherever Rasha is. Probably just as they're leaving, you know, like getting ready to head out. Because we're in the mansion. Are we still inside the tree, or did we teleport
This can
away?
happen whenever you want it to. On the basically, I assume every night you're in the mansion, but you're probably in the initially you're in the tree in the mansion, and then you take 2-3 weeks to get home. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess just as they're leaving, like Aku's gonna walk over, do one of his signature slaps on the back. But I mean, at this point, Rasha is so hefty that he probably doesn't feel it. And say, so, going back to your father's
Oh,
forge?
I am so embarrassed that you met my dad, Aku.
He is like kind of smirking.
I think it is time that I did go home properly. It has been a long time, and do you know? I think they will be so surprised. I am so sparkly, and you know, I will bring Geb back to Otsa. I think. Where will you go?
He looks kind of up at the ceiling. I haven't decided that yet. I guess I'll just see what happens. See where it leads me.
That is a very Aku answer. If you ever want to visit, not that I imagine you want to go to the Underdark again, just say the word and, you know, I will put the shit drow in like a cupboard or something and it will be nice. You are welcome anytime.
He thinks about it. I appreciate that. And message me because you probably won't be able to find me at any given point, so...
I can scry on you. It's so, I will.
Please don't do that. I really
Why not?
appreciate. I just no.
Why are you going to be doing embarrassing things? You
Just
are going to be
Rasha,
walking
just stop. Just don't scry on me, please. You can message me.
no scrying. Understood.
Thank you.
Ah, well, I could ask Geb. Geb will. I am going to spend time with Geb, and there will be a day, Aku, and there are lots of Geb followers, and you know, every time you see them, you will be like, look, it is, you know, Rasha's little people. So I am excited for that.
Well, I'm sure you've done them all proud. And he will start to walk outside of the mansion if everyone is leaving.
Okay.
I guess, yeah, Rasha would pull Roman aside.
Yeah, after a couple of days, those of you with any kind of intuition can tell that Roman was always quiet. He's clearly affected by what's happened and sad. and after a couple of days, he's pulled to the side by Rasha.
Roman, you are not okay, are you?
It's just up. I don't know what you mean.
It's really obvious, Grandpa. Stop it.
He kind of trying to say it and goes, there was always a way out. There was always something I could have done differently. Elenia's antics. But I guess this was the last dance. And just whatever he became and whatever he did, I love my brother,
sorry.
and I'll miss him.
I am sorry. What happened to your brother? Elenia, I never knew him. None of us ever knew Elenia. We never met him. And I am sorry there is not anything left of him. I've been thinking, Roman, if you want to see your brother again, I think I can do it. And
Yes.
he'll look for an expression in Roman's face and just sort of say, I do not want your answer now because it is a big thing to think of, but I do not think he will be Ghost or the person we met or knew. He will be as if none of us had ever met him, but if it is the young man, your little brother, you want to see walking this world again, just bring me a lot of diamonds, a lot of them, but...
Well, there's little moments that I appreciate the thought. I do. I will need to think on it, and we don't even know the state of Elenia's soul or what would be called to, and I worry.
I know, I just don't want you to think you will be alone forever. That you have to live with the memory of your brother.
I would thank you for... I would thank you for the idea, but hope is often as painful. So I will think on it. Thank you, Rasha.
I did not mean to bring you another burden, Roman, but the choice is yours. Ultimately, he is your brother. And he'll pat him on the arm, pretty awkwardly, pause and say, I'm sorry I called you Grandpa. You're not actually that old by elven standards, so I didn't mean it.
You are, what, 20?
Yes.
Old enough to be your grandpa several times.
True. And he'll just pause and give him a nod, rejoin the group.
Cool. Anything from anyone else?
Haydn will go find Casadius in the mansion, and just to clarify, what happened to Casadius's mom? Did she get zapped back to where she was yoinked from?
Casadius's
or
mom is being held in Sehno as with the Forge Master, and basically you're going back. And Essek promised that he'd put in a good word for them.
Okay.
Albeit tell the truth about what happened.
Cool.
Well, that's good, because otherwise I'm going to start a fight about my mum in the final session.
Roll for initiative, guys.
Dice out, boys.
Yeah.
Roll for Miss Stoutkern. We all know we love her.
Miss Stoutkern! Yeah, Haydn will go find Casadius. Where is Casadius?
Are we still traveling?
Yeah, or if are we still in the mansion, or...
Up to you, whatever's happening for the next couple of days, wherever you want this to
wherever
happen on the way back.
Casadius chooses.
I guess we're walking. He's walking quite near the front. He has long legs and he has somewhere to be. So.
Cool. Haydn has less long legs, so he's gonna jog to try to catch up with you, and he's gonna be a little bit out of breath because he's not got the best stamina in the world, and he's gonna be like, Casadius, stop walking so fast.
Sorry, it's the height. I'm really sorry. I'll slow down, don't worry.
Thank you. Your mom, huh? She's all right. Yeah.
I mean, as long as our buddy Mr. Thalos keeps his promise, then yeah, I guess.
There was so much happening in that fight. She didn't get hit or hurt at any point, did she?
A little thrown around, but she was all right at the end, I think.
Okay, good. I was worried. I was a bit shocked when she showed up.
Yeah, your old friend's a bit of a douchebag, huh?
Yeah, he's a dickhead. But
Was.
Hey, was.
Yeah,
we did that.
was.
Feels a little bit murdery, but I mean, in this instance, I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah, I think he was asking for it, you know?
Yeah.
How are you holding up?
Oh, I mean, I'm good. I barely got scratched, to be honest. Let me tell you, this thing, and he like pulls the ring of necromancy shielding and the ring of force shielding that he's got on his finger. This is the best investment I've ever made. If you can find one of these in Magic Shop, pick one up. It was so helpful.
I mean, I would, but I mean, I think I've got a pretty good investment. He looks down at his boots of haste and just kind of like bounces his heel a little bit.
I mean, yeah, those are pretty sick. But yeah, I guess, yeah, I just want to make sure she was okay. You're okay.
I think I'll be all right. How about you? You got any plans for all after this? Cass's eyes are going to distinctly travel over to Aku. He's going to give Haydn a very knowing look.
Haydn looks at Aku and then looks back to Casadius, and his skin is definitely like several shades redder. No plans. I'll just see where the wind takes me, and who knows?
I think the wind's blowing in that direction, buddy.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? It's a mysterious world, the way things work. So, maybe. What about you? Where are you gonna go? You going back to Amon or staying in Wildmount or?
Well, we gotta go get my mom, go find my dad back in Amon, and then get them the Craghammer. And I've got a few ideas bouncing around, but I think I need to sit and think it through a little bit before I commit to anything, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Working for the class was really, it was a job that involved a lot of moving around and not a lot of settling, so,
yeah, that's for sure.
Weird to think about settling down somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking forward to, like, having somewhere to call home for a bit, if that's in the future for me, but who knows? Maybe the nomad life is for me. Don't really know anymore.
Yeah, I think you're gonna find a nice place to settle down, some nice company to settle down with. He's gonna elbow him.
Shut up! He like shoves him back.
He's gonna ruffle Hayden's hair. Catch him in a noogie. Just right elbow around his neck, get him.
Get off! He'll like elbow him in the side.
Yeah. Well, wherever I settle down, I just want you to know that you're like welcome to come by whenever you want to. House and Craghammer is always going to have really spicy soup.
That soup was yeah. Maybe you let me know when she's out of soup ingredients, and I'll come over then instead.
Hayden, my mom is never out of soup ingredients.
Oh,
you need
God.
to know that.
Okay.
Get a ring of fire resistance or something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, you stay in touch. Let me know where you guys settle down.
You know me. I never make myself scarce unless I really want to. So.
Cool. All right, and then he'll continue to walk in companionable silence with Casadius, or just chatting away about mundane things.
Yeah. Every time Cass wants to embarrass him, he'll like whip him on the ass with his tail and then look over at Aku and wink at Aku.
Nice. Okay. Any other roleplay from anybody else on the way back?
I mean, you do get some death stares if you are literally whipping Haydn on the arse with your tail. So
He can't do this for much longer, so.
I guess you probably like notice occasionally Barnes like drops focus, and occasionally the illusion that he's holding over his Asmodeus, electricity horns flickers, and you're occasionally reminded that that's a present issue for him. But he seems cheerful enough on the trip back.
DM is Essek Thalis within the party?
No, Essek is back in Rasona.
Good stuff.
So, to not go into it too much, however, do stop me if anybody wanted to talk about any of this or interact with it. You guys get back to Arizona. Essek has been true to his word, and despite being a lol worshipping scum, Forge Master, Rasha's dad is alive and well, and is at Roman's the Everthill household with Miss Stoutcan, who does make a comment about how Casadius has all these rich friends who are very
I am
lovely.
rich, Mom.
I am a rich man. Whilst you are privately, basically given the freedom of the Kryn dynasty, it is still mostly in secret because Vespin's return, what happened to the Everthill household and all of that is decided to probably best be kept quiet by the powers that be in the Kryn dynasty. But you are all basically given whatever you need, whatever you want. That's relevant for Epilogues. You are very much unofficial heroes of the Kryn dynasty, of known to only to a select few, but those select few know how much they owe you. It's a stark difference to, although those of you who would eventually make your way back to Imon are now obviously probably fill in Percival de Rolo, who is very concerned what happened to Miss Steltcairn, who was pulled from the fireside chat they were having.
Oh.
As well as you are welcome, and your deeds are perhaps not as widely known as some of you might like. But those who you've shared your time with or done stuff for during this period certainly do. And there are very few resistances to what you would perhaps want or ask for in these epilogues. I know most of you have prepared. Yes, Clood.
What happened to the Bright Queen? Where did she go?
The Bright Queen, that could be the Bright Queen was being tortured in a dreamlike slumber, and was found.
Love that for her.
And was found
Oh,
and
she's
eventually
such a
woken up
pervert.
by your defeat of Ghost.
Nice, we did a
Wow.
good.
Probably just-
Our defeat. Excuse me, what?
Your defeat of Ghost. And after some time, she is able to reintegrate herself back into society. In the meantime, the council run it, who were particularly predisposed after Essex described what happened and believed it, and after your interactions together. So, in terms of epilogue, if we could start off with, so where we're going to do this is slightly differently. It's if anybody wants to roleplay anything, we've got a couple of bits planned out, but do just let me know and we can run with it. Or I know people have kind of written their own epilogues to their characters, or have thought about it, and I'm not really going to stand in the way of what you're doing unless you're like Ascor becomes supreme ruler of the entire planet and universe. So
I stand.
I mean,
restart the calamity. These type of things aren't okay. But we will start off with Zug.
campaign sequel. Let's go.
I really quickly need to ask:
baby.
Did Essek Thalos get reinstated as Shadowhand, or is he still in the shit?
No, he's still in the ship for some time. You guys, whilst he didn't betray you guys, Roman was very detailed in all the way that Essex stood in your way, and whilst you were all like, Essex fine, but we hate him. So an impediment to his promotion, I feel, but perhaps not an endangerment to his life.
Can you imagine if the whole epilogue is just Kaifon altering our dreams and none of this actually happened and we're all just nearly dead?
I love
And we
that.
lose.
What a great
No,
ending.
I hate that.
Or just
Oh,
like
just
in the
quickly,
room, still like
Let me just rewrite my epilogue. Hang on.
eyes glazed over.
And
The,
then
the
after all of
last
this,
words of the session is, and then you all wake up.
10 years later, all of you look up to the sky and it's just ghosts smiling.
Oh, like the Teletubbies moon?
I was
Or the
about
Yeah.
to say like the
sun?
Teletubbies son.
This is the worst ending.
Uh-oh.
Happy toes. Was it Nunu? What was the name of the Hoover?
Yeah, Nunu, the vacuum
Nunu.
cleaner.
The
Nunu.
vacuum
Oh,
cleaner.
so cute.
My next D&D character, guys.
Willem.
Nunu.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Willem.
who's Willem? Am I crazy?
I said Willem.
Oh, Willem. Right. Got it. Yes. Big brain, big brain. So, Zug.
Yes.
Zug's got back to Arizona. He's a hero of Imon, the hero of the dynasty. He has ascended far since his position as random guard 5.
6 actually.
6 actually, sorry. How is Zug? What do you get
So-
up? I know the Epilogues span will probably not like, I know some
I
people have
won't-
done
I won't
longer or
go
shorter, but
too
like
deep.
5-10 years maybe.
Yeah, so during the first period, he kind of like is a little surprised with the kind of semi breakup of the group as people kind of had their own lives before getting pulled into this thing, and then decided to, do whatever they're doing now, going off and actually enjoying themselves. Zug didn't have a huge amount of meaning prior to joining the Spice Boys, and was just a random god who's kind of done mighty things since, and without the mighty things to do as a man with an axe and doesn't know what there's nothing else to hit with this axe. He originally takes a post kind of among the Galvadanes as one of their obviously continues being a guard, but then grows quickly bored of it when it's no longer to do with fighting big bad bosses and dragons and anything like that, and just doesn't enjoy the position of just being standing on duty all the time, and he's not built for admin or management either, so he just moves on. He then spends a small period as kind of a freelance mercenary, getting a bit depressed because he doesn't really have much purpose anymore, getting a bit fat and just eating everything that's around him with the huge amount of wealth that he's been given. There's not much else to spend it on other than just food. He just gets a bit chubby and eats a lot until he finally at some point bumps into Grog and his band, and then basically, well, very similar personalities and very similar dilemma, kind of joins that merc group, considering it's not the sudden tonal shift of the music kind of surprised me.
Perfect time.
Trying to go for
He
something more
jumps.
upbeat.
It's funny. He bumbles around a few merc groups, but considering that most merc groups are, let's just say, chaotic at the very least, bordering on evil, that doesn't quite match him. He's not a man looking to try and steal or short anyone. So he eventually joins in with a merc group that's kind of aligned a little more good, and carries on enjoying the adventure life. That's pretty much all he knows how to do at this point, and all he wants to do. And joins in on semi-heroic adventures with other semi-heroes, not quite as grandiose as taking down the Avatar of Kaifon, but enough to keep him busy. At least for the last 5 or 6 years.
Okay. Thank you very much. As I said, Zug. Yeah, I imagine a lot of you, it hasn't been particularly long during this campaign. Like in game, it's probably been a year and a bit. You're all super powerful. I think it'd be difficult to not to get bored. Something I forgot about, so thank you, Sai, for reminding me. We can do whatever, do it now. Is obviously during the first week or two since one trip you guys regularly make, and those of you doing your due diligence and staying, is to keep your eye on the tree, the Arbour Exemplar, coming backwards and forwards. You patrol it, you set up camp and watch occasionally, kind of rotating, because you want to see if there's any evidence that your spell didn't work, resurgence, and to be able to be there to defend it and protect those you love, the dynasty, and all of that. However, on one such trip, about 2.5 weeks after you defeated Ghost, you notice that there are a whole bunch of tents set up around the tree. and obviously some of you approach, and you can see there looks to be a fairly ragged assortment of people who have begun to move their lives. You can see there's caravans and kind of horses and donkeys that have clearly been carrying what seems to be most of these people's possessions to this place. And they all kind of look over at you as you approach and give kind of, waves of recognition. And you recognize them to be the Kalashtar, who I presume who would approach and what would you talk to them about?
Wait, I mean, who's here? Is this something that, I mean, you said a couple of weeks, like,
Who would have
Did-
stayed and who would be there, I suppose? Who would have run off immediately or who would have watched the tree?
I mean, I don't imagine Zug would have had anywhere to go, so he probably would have still be there at this point.
yeah, I mean, same with Aku.
Imagine Haydn's then there.
Yeah, I mean, if the whole group's there, Hayden's there. I'm assuming this is like before. I guess this is like after we left the tree, but then like we were in Rasona for a little bit, and then like we popped back to the tree. to
Yeah,
check
you
on
guys
it.
are occasionally going on and checking on it, and like you've got like the dynasty has people patrolling, but you've occasionally come out as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So if Aku is there, he will, as soon as he recognizes the Clash Dart, he will probably be like trying to not get noticed. He'll maybe kind of like slink around to the other side of the tree to where they're all camping. Maybe try and avoid eye contact with anyone if he's walking past.
Could you make a? No, you didn't make such at level 20 with no armor on. You're
my-
fine to
I
slink
don't
around.
even have.
No, you
roll
don't
20
do it.
open.
Don't roll. No rolls this session. One of the rules. Manage to sneak around. Are you trying to hear something, or are you just trying to work out what's going on?
I mean, he'll be curious as to what's going on, but I think his main priority is to avoid anyone.
So as you're kind of looking around, you see that some of them are kind of talking, and you get the sense from listening in that they're here because they have their spirits and various oracles that they have and keepers of law believe that this tree is now stands as the barrier, or at least one of them that needs to be protected between this world and Kaifon's influence. On listening in, you know that they felt his influence increasing, but they're in their weakened, non-sleeping cursed state. They were unable to do anything about it or were unsure. In the short time that they've been able to sleep better, since you fixed things a little bit, you found that they've actually been able to be mobile. They were more on track of things, and that this is where they believe they need to be to stop anybody entering the tree. So you're fairly confident from walking around the camp that they're going to be here to protect this for a while, taking it up as their new duty. You also hear, obviously, quite a few times about people who didn't make it here. One of which, of course, is Nima, who...
What happened to him? Oh no.
Oh no,
Who-
what happened
there's
to
a-
Nima?
There's a
Gangrene,
s-
man. Gangrene's
there's a
one hell
s-
of a condition.
There's a splitting of the people, and I would say that you hear that some people believe that he was murdered. Some people believe that he was killed righteously, as all of their problems seem to have been solved upon his death. And there are plenty of conspiracy theories about maybe he was the cause of some of them. However, a lot of people are also sad that their lawmaster and somebody who part of their tribe for a long time was struck down in cold blood.
Yeah, I know we should have stabbed that guy.
Yeah, what a shame we didn't stab that
Mm.
guy.
And is it just Aku walking around, or would Haydn be there too?
Yeah, Haydn will be sticking pretty close, I think.
Haydn, you can probably, as one of your trips, you and Aku can kind of rejoin with each other a little bit outside of the village, and you're pretty smart, Haydn. You heard some things, and you heard what happened to Nima, and I think Aku looking at you probably sees it on your face that you knew, or you know now.
Aku, they don't know about Nima being like a zombie slave of ghosts, I think. Is that something you want to clear up, or?
Not especially. They seem stressed out enough already. He's dead now, anyway. Well, the zombie.
Yeah. Speaking of Nima being dead, I couldn't help but overhear something you said when he kind of showed up. I think he said something like, you should have stayed dead. Did I hear that right?
Look, Haydn.
I'm just saying, because the last time we all saw him, he was alive, and you were like, you stayed behind in the room, and we left, and as far as I knew, you didn't speak to him again, so...
He made me swear to leave the knife behind. He just didn't specify how.
Oh.
He was an asshole anyway, right, Haydn?
I mean... Yeah, he was.
Murder husbands, murder husbands.
Did you twist it?
What do you think?
He just nods and says, good. And he continues circling the perimeter of the tree.
Who looks like... I don't think you've ever seen this expression on him before. He, at first, looks really surprised at how supportive Haydn seems after Aku tells him that piece of information. And then he does kind of slightly smile and kind of give Haydn a bit of a fond look and starts walking after him and says, well, we don't need to look after the tree now, right? So...
No. Yeah, I mean, they've got it covered, so it means we can get on with our own lives. I, for one, am glad to get out of Arizona as soon as possible. I've been kind of sick of being cooped up here. I'm done with city life.
Well, I'm leaving as well, so we could leave together if you like.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
And without even looking back at the Kalashtar, Aku starts to walk away.
Cool.
I think. Oh god.
No, Haydn follows and leaves as well.
Lance is definitely hanging out in Rosanna and probably would have come on some of these trips. And he's definitely made it abundantly clear to the Kalashtar there is definitely a Draco Lich in the tree and they should not go inside.
Those of you who make your way to the tree as well, on one such occasion, quite far off in the distance, would have noticed the two drow figures standing on a cliff overlooking the Kalashtar, not seeing you, trying not to be seen, and you see them kind of sheath blades and walk away. Those of you who remember Aeoner and Krunst.
The
ones you
Those are
abandoned.
murder
so
husbands.
much money. The actual
Yeah,
money.
400,000.
Whoopsies.
Have to do with that later. Anyway, so yes, back to the Epilogues. Apologies. Ascor.
Wonderful.
After returning to Imon, not sure what's happened to the party. what what do you get up to?
Well, yeah, it's a really good point. Ascor, upon returning to, as everyone makes preparations to leave, Ascor returns to his family. As the powerful magician and psychic that he's become over the, I'm going to say years, plural. Yeah, sounds about right. And there he confronts, or intends to confront his father and his brother, and finds that Siegfried wasn't long for this world, as some said, and perished. And Ascor, intending to come back and slay and vanquish these paragons of evil, has a slight change of heart and instead uses his newfound powers. Perhaps it's a wish spell, perhaps it's a 9th level flopped guide, a modified memory or something like that. But leverages his, his peak of power, and in doing so, changes their memories and leaves them with a fabricated recollection of things as a kind of small mercy rather than slaying them outright. And he leaves recollections of himself. Those recollections are of rather than this arcane freak middle child, instead it's of a unremarkable, mildly disappointing son, and not one that survives as well. He leaves the memory that he died during the violence beneath Emon, except for one person. In fact, it's his sister. His sister, the only one who had some kind of authenticity or warmth to them. And instead he leaves her with recollections of him as pretty much as he was, gone from all of their minds and their beings is taint, gone from all their minds and beings is ambition to rule, or at least to seize head of state. And instead, Siegfried returns to largely what he was, if not a more demure and somewhat broken version of himself, being the most, prestigious and ambitious man of all of Amon, has lost his sons, one he cared for, one he did not, and goes on to live out his days. But Ascor, kind of weighed down by the gravity of his birthright and the infamy that his family brings him, he just packs up. He's gone, keeps a low profile, spares any pleasantry, save for his sister, and he leaves the Empire behind entirely. And in fact, some of you will notice some conversation along the way to Rosanna. Ascor, speaking, casting a spell here and there, a ascending spell. In fact, would you notice Ascor casting ascending spell? Possibly not with the powers he has. However, for those that never heard the details of the conversation, Jamie, would you like to roleplay it with me? Would you like to interact?
Yeah, go for it. That's fine.
Let's assume we can have a full-fledged conversation rather than 25.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's per sending spell. Although, I've got the spell slots and the sorcery points to do it. If you want to go, we can do this. We can get counting. Yeah, and essentially, Thalis, I hope you're well. It's me. Sure, I need no introduction. The arrangements, have they,
Don't have time for the introduction.
Very well, but you know what I'm asking about. Has Has the Empress given her blessing?
Against much of good counsel's better judgment, Ascor. Yes, she has. You are permitted to stay here as long as you like. If I believe that's the topic of the conversation, or was it about those businesses you wanted to?
Well, it's kind of intertwined. Is a working visa or is it just a right to remain? You know, these are important things to know.
Ascor, so long as nothing adverse is found, you are welcome to do business and live here as long as you wish, or as long as you live. I will not pretend that you're not going to be kept under slightly closer eye for some time. That's only natural, I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, sure. Just whatever it takes.
Of course. And yeah, I've given full assurances of some of your friends, and they're setting up lives here too.
Wait, what?
Well, I imagine Barnes plans on staying, certainly.
Damn it. Anyone but him.
Ah,
I mean, how can
Didn't
you
realize.
trust that guy?
I don't. I've repeatedly counseled against it, but
Look, if you need a witness, if you need
maybe
somebody, go on record.
I know that they all come and visit him, so yes, it's maybe we can work together on this, Ascor. Maybe this won't be such a waste.
All right. Well, you have the paperwork. I'm
All
working
in
on
order.
my. What language is it that's most prominent in Jorhas? Is it
Probably Underdark, isn't it?
Undercommon?
Undercommon, sorry, Undercommon.
Yeah. Yes, I've been working on my.
Want a couple more in there.
Well, again, thank you for your consideration, your kindness.
Thank you for your help. I'm sure with it we will unearth exactly what is going on with Barnes.
That's the last he hears from Ascor. And it's along this way, along the journey since that's early in the journey that conversation happened. But continuing, Ascor's, it's a lot of change for Ascor. And Ascor's never had to change before. In fact, the only change he's ever had to do is to become the mage and the member of the Spice Boys. And that's left a huge imprint on him. Otherwise, his future has largely been laid out to a point where he can, shirk his responsibilities and still remain on this track. And as such, along the way, he begins to kind of lose conviction to a degree. He's like, I'm having second thoughts. My family, I can't go back to Emon. I don't know if I don't want to go into Jorhas. So much has happened. And he starts bugging other members of the party with, hey, Zuck, we, Eski, would you like to, it's up to you.
Hmm? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Zug, we were pretty good back there, no?
I mean, of course. And he kind of hefts his axe over his shoulder. I'm not bad anymore, actually.
No,
I was thinking even maybe, probably worth a bit more than a couple of copper now.
Well, yes, actually, yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that. And,
You are? It seems like actually surprised that you didn't immediately respond with a negative.
Ascor, reaches for 1 gold and passes you a single gold. Second, he also goes, well, to summarize things, I've liquidated some of my estates and have decided to relinquish a lot of my holdings. You're a benefactor. And he just passes you a piece of paper. and it's written in bullshitty fucking lawyer speak. It's contractual. It has seals from financial institutions, banks. What would Zug make of that?
I mean, he tried to read it for probably approximately like 10 or so seconds, and then he'd look up kind of like, so what exactly is it you want from me?
No, in fact, Zug, look, why do you say we just get out there and, find out some of the things that happened? We could find out the plague of blood, those Goliath creatures. We could go out there. We could do it all again. Kick some ass.
I mean, I thought that's what we were going to do anyway. I mean, what else is there to do?
That's right. And he grabs Zug by both shoulders and goes, I knew I could count on you.
He looks a bit confused. Like, Zug it would have never sunk in that the group was going to break up at any point. So, like, he was just prepped for the next adventure.
This doesn't have to be the end because, I can feel it. Everything's de-escalating and people will forget about us, and they don't need to forget about us because we're not going away, okay? We are going to keep doing what we keep doing.
I mean, yeah, of course. Why would they forget? I thought we were supposed to be quite important. You think they'd forget? Damn, people are quite forgetful.
Let them forget.
No, we won't. We won't let them forget. We're heroes of, Rasha and other places in the world. And Amon, even. Which I'm sure they know about.
And Amon even. That's the spirit Zug. And imagine a similar yet slightly different kind of invitation to continue the party, as in both senses of the word party, to keep going. Let's stay up the whole night and just keep going out there and kicking ass, So pretty much everyone, maybe Barnes doesn't receive invitation again. Trust, a thin currency, depreciating. But Aku, of course, receives. Aku, we couldn't have done it out there without you, man. Like we need you. You keep things together. What do you say? We're gonna go out there and get back on the road. Get the team back. Get the band back together.
Is this a message that's sent to Aku, did you say?
No, this is arm over the shoulder on the journey to Rasha, trying to coerce you to sort of, let's just reform the Spice Boys and get out there and do some more.
Aku looks Ascor up and down. You can see he's thinking about the times that Ascor and Aku have shared. Ascor being punched in the face, Ascor being smited, Ascor being a racist piece of shit, Ascor being derogatory towards poor people, and he turns around to Ascor and says, yeah, maybe some other time, Ascor, and walks away.
Well, that's not a no, and he turns to Zug, but that's not a no, that's not a no.
It's not a no. We'll have to just ask him another time. Like tomorrow or the day after.
Haydn is pressed as well. Similarly, Haydn, actually, myself, Aku, and Zug, we've all agreed. we've all signed a contract, in fact, that will be making the Spice Boys an official organization. And if you're, are you in?
Aku signed that, did he?
Yeah. Well, it's actually, his people are, reading the document, and will be, it's in motion.
Okay. Insight check.
Wait.
One last one for the road. Let's go.
Well, I guess that's a deception for me, which I'm not gonna lie, it's not a bad modifier. Let me drop this bad boy. It's a dirty 20. 19.
Nice, nice. Okay, okay. My insight is, if it will register. Okay, let me try one more time. Bam. That is a
Ooh, is that
natural
natural
20.
20?
You could not lie to me
Ooh.
about Aku. I know this man very well.
Maybe the problem with maybe it's maybe.
love.
Wow.
The
That's
dice
natural.
know.
Yeah, exactly. The die are here on our side. And I said, yeah.
So Haydn just says, yeah, sure, I don't have a pen with me right now though, so I'll just send you my contract in the mail.
The mail, that's good. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
That's good. And he sort of, gives Hayden a little hammer on the shoulder. That's good. And he walks
Cool.
away with himself. That's good.
Kind of rubs his shoulder. Ow.
Rasha Val is in our company, of course.
When is this happening?
This is on the journey, so the same journey that Jamie described, and people were kind of
Okay,
role-playing
back.
in the journey
Wind
Ye-
the clock
towards
back.
Rasha.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, Rasha leaves Rosanna pretty soon after, but if this is the journey too, then you might just catch him. Yeah.
Sure, and in that case, he's like, well, Rasha, I just, me and the guys, we've...
Wait, say my name again. Say it. Say my name.
Rasher,
No. What you said
Yes.
before. No. Say it.
Say my name.
Rasher? Rasha Val, come on.
He just sighs and smiles. Ah, that was so worth waiting for. Now that you know my name, what is it you want to say?
Look, slip of the tongue, but all I wanted to say is that, we're building something here. We're building a vision.
You're
We're
building.
building a future. We're
I
building.
like to build things. That's a good choice of words, Ascor.
We're going pro, Rasha. We're incorporating the Spice Boys.
Incorporating the Spice Boys.
That's right.
Spice Boys Incorporated.
That's right. Think about it.
What does-
Franchise, merchandise, fans, all of it.
We are going.
And of course, the adventuring and the kicking ass along the way. It's going to lead the whole charge. But you are the missing piece of the puzzle.
So we are going on a tour in which we kick ass. That is what you are saying?
Tour sounds like we're some kind of musicians. And we're not failures, okay? We're not musicians. What we are...
Don sneezes in the back of the room.
So does myself. Look, it's not right that we're not out there doing what we do. Taking names, taking numbers, We change the world.
Ascor, I have an obligation to Geb. And before long, I intend to be the head of the church. So, I am going to be so busy. I can, help you build something, so like, put my autograph on some posters if you would like. But I am a saint now, Ascor. I have holy things to do. All day.
Rasha, let me stop you there. What is
Not my name.
the biggest service to Geb you've ever done?
Freeing him from the clutches of the primordial force of life, yeah.
Exactly. Out there in the field. Taking names, taking numbers, kicking ass. Freeing people. Bringing democracy and freedom.
I'm going to bring any mimics, Ascor's gesture. The light of Geb. That is how I will do freedom to the world.
Exactly, and you've done it the best you've ever done it out there.
I will go out there. I will travel, Ascor. I am going to bring Geb to the many corners of this dark and dingy world with its sky above and below the ground.
All right, well, you and Geb can come along for the ride and a
Geb will
traveling
not.
church.
Geb, we are. if you would like to stop by my temples, please come and leave a donation.
Temples. How many temples do you have?
Well, none now, but I will have so many temples. Lots.
You're gonna need seed funding for those kind of ventures.
Ascor, what is this really about?
Oh look,
Barnes or Rasha?
Man's 24 wisdom.
Very true. very
He
true.
sees into the soul.
yeah, fair enough. 24. Jesus. It's just that I feel like some of us were maybe our better selves. You know?
Together.
Sure.
I agree. I think that as well. And Ascor, I cannot travel with you in the way that you would like, but I will still always be together with you, the group, occasionally or for times when we gather, we can do parties and, to bring up the old joke, have many orgies together in the future.
Yeah, shit joke. Yeah, right. Parties, yeah, whatever. And Ascor walks away with his hands in his pockets, no eye contact, and
Ascor,
it's stuff.
you have changed a lot, and we are always here for you. I am really... I don't know. Thank you for asking me this, and I am sorry I cannot give you what you want, but I will always be here for you. And I do not think your being a better person is dependent on my being there at all. I think that is who you have become in yourself, and that is not anything to do with me.
There's every indication that Ascor hears you, but he doesn't respond. He's hurt. He moves on, carries on walking, spits on the floor after you finish, presses ahead.
Rasha just kind of pauses and just thinks to himself, the next time he sees Ascor, he thinks he'll be fine. And he thinks he'll be still a better person and enjoying his life, independent of what Rasha has said to him today.
Okay, sorry. Ascor, go on.
Yep, sorry, pardon me. Am I
Sorry,
taking too long, by the way, DM, or should I?
No, that's okay.
Okay, cool. Bear with me. 11 seconds. Count to 11 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Four.
5, 6,
6,
7,
Crying a bit of
7,
frustration.
8,
8,
9,
9,
10,
10,
11.
11.
He's back!
He's back!
Ta-da! What I did forget to do was close the door beside me. The door is conquered. The conqueror returns. And Ascor,
Go the
dejected by the attempt to, restart the Spice Boys and essentially procrastinate on this sort of transitional period that faces all of the Spice Boys. Becomes more accepting of the reality. Part of that is when everybody reaches Rosanna, breaks the news that he's going to be staying there, but it's been negotiated. He's going to live there as a expat in Jorhas. And Zug, you finally get an explanation for what the letter was that you received. And the result is Ascor leaves a large majority of his entire wealth specifically to you as payment, and as the text of the letter says, a performance bonus relating to your performance last number of days, that kind of jargon. But essentially, Zug, you are an exceptionally wealthy man all of a as a result of that. In not a dissimilar vein, Ascor makes Rasha receives a check, and it's donated, and it originally said the Church of Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon. It's crossed out, you can see, and it says Church of Geb. And again, a very, very sizable donation is made, enough to build at least 2 temples, at least plural temples. At least.
You're
on the
forgetting
sort
this
of
is
going
Gab's
rates.
temple.
Yes, I don't know if it's solid gold. Probably just about do the door frame. But maybe if you melt enough of the gold itself down, you can see how far that stretches. And yeah, you receive that letter from Ascor detailing how much you receive, what it's for, the check itself, and then more words. In this letter, there's a lot of words in there that you're not familiar with, but they're used in very casual sort of usage and passing. And you know how it is. Sometimes there's just words in life that you use and you know how to use. But if somebody asks you the definition, you just go like, yeah, like kind of this. And they're tricks, of course. Those are just small words like the word orgy, that are there to ensnare Rasha with more embarrassing social interactions in his life. Like I read the porno today, Rasha might find himself saying, rather than read the newspaper. Things like that, just luring him out with rhetoric once more via letter. Aku receives something else. Aku receives it's unfinished, but it's writing. It is an unfinished novel, and you've seen Ascor's penned hand before and you recognize it. It's a touching story about a pair of twins, neither of whom could speak, yet could understand one another through what people perceive to be a telepathic means. And it's quite a moving story. However, it is very poorly written, and it's very ham-fisted.
Well, that's okay, because Aku can only just about read, so...
Fantastic. In that case, the best thing Aku's ever read.
Yeah, probably.
And yeah, exactly. Then there's Haydn, of course. And Haydn, you receive in the mail a rather large caravan of rather robust chests. And in those chests, you'll find... Actually, those chests are so large because they are essentially armored and bound very heavily, rather than containing large sums of large things. And in there, Haydn finds a few magic items of Ascor's. He'll find the crystal ball of true seeing, and a little note of it saying, "You're literally the only vaguely trustworthy person to have these particular items." That's also the Shard of Kasim's armor as well, which is a magic item we gained in the very first dungeon crawl we did, as well as Ascor's signet ring as well. It says, "I know you probably won't abuse this ... too much."
When
Barnes
Haydn receives these,
yeah.
Ascor never got the signed contract from Haydn in the mail, but he does receive a thank you note.
Fantastic. I think Ascor at that point probably wasn't waiting. Moves on in some way. Barnes receives a formal letter of thanks and gratitude and commendation for his work towards the greater good. It is brief, it is mechanical, it is a letter written by somebody else from the desk of Ascor von Gavde.
In kind, Ascor actually quite regularly receives letters from Barnes and invitations inviting him around for tea. A little note saying, Hey Ascor, I know it's been a while. I'm so excited you're also in Rosanna. We really should catch up sometime. How's the Saturday? And you just get like frequent, cheerful attempts. Maybe invitations out to a play or the orchestra or a copy of his book. And he never stops trying to be your friend.
Oh,
Marvelous. Ascor replies the initial few letters with reasons why he can't attend said events and functions. Typically, his health is very poor. The
He
magically
receives maybe some
infused
soup on learning that Ascor is poorly. Care packages.
Ascor's bin and staff are very thankful for soup that both the bin and the house people receive. However, Ascor perhaps might not be his taste. Cool. that's
Somehow
that's
Ascor always brings us back round to hating him.
it's a must. It's a must.
Can't end on a high.
I feel like they quite frequently maybe run into each other in Rosanna, and Bon's always like,
Mm.
"Hey, Ascor, how are you doing?" Like, he's just trying to brute force it. He knows. He knows what's
Yeah.
going on. He knows that
Yeah.
Ascor just seems to hate him. But
Yeah, and
he
Ascor,
like
of course,
still does that awkward, "Hey, how's it going? I haven't seen you since school."
as the letter says, Ascor is exceptionally hard of hearing, and is difficult to pin down. And of course, that hat of disguise comes in a lot of use in large crowds. And Ascor is a fleeting element in Barnes's life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Hate to see it, but we live, we move, we grow. Casadius. So Ascor reaches out to Casadius, unsure of the entirety of Casadius's plans, but he offers something simple to Casadius, which is if your family are staying in Roshana or staying the Dwendalian Empire. No, that's the wrong name. The Jorhas Empire, the Jorhas Dynasty, whatever, Kryn Dynasty. He offers simply to keep an eye on his family's accounts and occasionally drop it and check on his parents, and that's simply it. It's thankful, it's warm, it's genuine, but it's to the point.
Yeah, Cass will write back and probably end up in a relatively frequent correspondence with Ascor, just because he knows Ascor has a lot of good social standing, or used to. I don't know if that continues. And lets him know he's starting up a business, and if Ascor would like to assist, spread the word, maybe be an emissary in Rosanna, he's more than happy for Ascor to do that. Ascor's a pretty charming dude when he wants to be.
Well, Ascor writes back saying there are some things on the horizon, and he's interested to see where this particular proposal is headed.
They'll have a business meeting. It will be very official. It will not happen in a tavern. They won't end up drunk. Promise. They might.
You take 1 point of liver damage.
But we might be rich very soon. Very rich very soon. So what's liver damage if you can afford to fix it?
in a magical world.
Ascor does, however, try and keep in touch with Roman. DM does Roman, but you can flesh it out or not. Does Roman intend to stay in?
Roman stays in contact and he stays in Rosanna. However, he seems fairly preoccupied with a lot. I will say that he's a slightly infrequent companion, but certainly available if really needed.
Sounds like Roman. Well, Ascor at least attempts in much a similar vein to Barnes, if not perhaps a little more successful, to meet just for drinks with Roman. Ascor, almost in a way, having informally renounced his house and his noble heritage, is still a nobleman and all social trappings that come with it, and he's always writing gossip, hearsay, and looking to go for drinks with Roman out in Rasana. Show me the town. Ascor, you've lived here for 2 years now. You're big enough to, whatever. Come on, there's one more. Go for more. Yeah.
Roman
Keeps a
surprisingly, perhaps, is always quite up for these events and enjoys it. You sense that some of his favorite topics of gossip are normally Essek, and that might get boring after a while, but he does continue, and he is
Fantastic.
more available. It is more successful than your attempts to stay in contact with Barnes.
Fantastic. In that case, they're classically the couple of bitches in the corner, just like whispering at parties, martinis, just eating up fucking olives.
It goes past and they
that
just whisper
motherfucker.
shit about him.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anyone I've left off the list? I feel like I have left somebody off the list. Let me just carry on anyway. Ascor, he's learned to control his powers. He moves on. He settles in his new there, begins learning the language handily, of course, pronouncing names like Rasha. And he, as time goes on, grasps the severity of how, of such power, the consequences of such power. He doesn't view it as this almighty boon given to him. He doesn't see it as the kind of blight his family and he fear in terms of being a kind of magical creature, some defect to his family. And he makes a point in his life of not relying upon it whatsoever, or at least very little, perhaps a little ray of frost to just chill a cocktail. I mean, come on, if it's gone warm, you've got to chill that drink. Mage hands, like, sure, whatever, a little here and there. Otherwise, nothing much beyond that. Ascor moves on from relying on his family's wealth and tries to start business. The first fails miserably, but he learns something, and he starts a moderately successful private construction firm, of course, using what little information he gained from working his dad's employ, sort of arms and fortifications business that his family were known for. But perhaps a little bit more notably, Ascor is a bit more successful sitting on the board of several sizable lobbying groups, specifically furthering the interests of Jorhas's more agricultural sector. Some of the notable organizations are specifically one known as Tuxedo, which is an acronym, which stands for Teats and Udders Jorhas Egg and Dairy Organization. Another, of course, is very well known, probably the most prominent, is Dairy itself, which is simply the Dairy Association Yogurt.
You got censored there, buddy.
Okay, cool. Let's go. So it's called Dairy, which is Dairy Association Ranching and Yogurt. But it doesn't end there. Of course, he becomes an agricultural powerhouse, and particularly the dairy. It's quite coincidentally the dairy sort of industry. LAIT is another one. LAIT stands for the League of Agricultural Information Technology. He himself founds Lactose, which is a lobby for the advancement of cream-based technology, organic and skimmed supplies. And finally, this one, he perhaps joined a little bit too easily, didn't negotiate the right paycheck, but it just seemed right somehow. And that's the organization called, which is the Movement for Information on lactose and kefir products. So that's where Ascor really continues to make his money, impact society in Jorha. On that specific note, he reaches out to Lorien, of all people, specifically seeking Lorien's expertise in botany, with the idea that Lorien could improve perhaps the feed and grazing quality in the industry with his knowledge and his expertise and hours around the natural. However, ultimately the pair fall out over differences on opinions, particularly on the ethics of intensive livestock farming methods. Lorien being a bit more of a naturalist, a botanist, and Ascor being a ruthless industrialist to the end.
As a result of that, you do occasionally find a couple of things go missing in your apartment. in your flats, and occasional sightings of Lorien around may occasionally lead to disturbances in Ascor's life for the time being. But as
Do I
Ascor
notice
gets
the
on with it,
stones of sending a bug? Do they making sound? So they rattle?
there's a slight issues, yeah. So as that continues, as Ascor is building a new life for himself, obviously part of that discussion was Casadius.
Yeah.
If you, Hannah, if you could go.
Yeah. So I think in the immediate future following everything that goes down, Cass would go back to Rosanna, get his mother, make sure she's okay, bid farewell to the guys, and get her back to Imon where Dad is waiting. They would probably have the rather awkward talk about the letter that Cass wrote, thinking
That was
he
definitely
was gonna...
not read.
That was definitely not read. The letter he wrote on the assumption that he might have died underneath Imon without ever having explained the truth of his life and his job and everything to his parents that his mother definitely didn't read.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, no, I'm fine to do it.
We don't have to. You could just
No,
give
no,
a
no.
gist as to what she said. I don't mind.
Up to you, Hannah. It's your epilogue.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay.
We love
From
Mama Casadius.
You okay, Mom? You're right. They've been treating you nice here, right?
They've been treating me really well. It's quite a big place. I must say, I shouldn't really say this, but I could get used to it, I think.
Well, I've got a treat waiting for you back in Craghammer when we get there.
Oh,
Hang on for a couple of weeks.
I'm looking forward to being home. Mr. Todrazok was very nice, but his food, utterly bland. She kind of
Yeah.
flushes a little bit at saying something mean about somebody.
Oh, you know,
Vanilla.
he's got that rich boy palate, Mom. Don't even worry about it.
Oh.
Look, you're not exactly good at resealing letters, Mom.
Well, it's not a skill I've ever needed.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. It's kind of nice that you don't know anything about that. I'd be a bit scared if you did.
Oh. I mean, I was worried about you, and
Well, if the letter was anything to go by, Mom, I was pretty worried about me too.
it really was quite unfair of you.
What?
Like,
He de-ages immediately. He goes from like full like calm adult to like
Well-
awkward teenager, like when called out.
if you were going on that, I'd have wanted to prepare you. I could have given you, I don't know, helped or at least known. So our last words, I don't even want to think about it, but
Mom, I mean,
I
mean, based on
I
the
should have
letter,
known. You should have told me. I can handle it. You
Yeah,
protect
well,
me.
I mean, it just after a while when I hadn't told you most of the things that have been going on, it just kind of became normal not to tell you stuff that I thought would upset you, I guess. I mean, growing up, I caused you enough problems as it was, you know. Dwarf kids everywhere, and there's me, you know, 4 foot higher than everyone else, terrifying, red, pointy teeth. Caused you enough problems along the way, right?
Because it is you are worth every problem. Your
Yeah, I
father
know.
and I would love you, and we would worry about you if you were an actor or if you were saving the world. But I guess it's nice to know which one. And is it going to be continuing?
The saving the world thing or the other stuff that's not so good?
Both.
Saving the world thing, I think we've saved the world. I think that's kind of done now. The other thing is finished. I cut all the ties that I could there. I've got some loose ends probably to cut off, and then I've got some things in mind that I think you'll be pretty happy to hear about. Some real business opportunities, Mom. Thinking of starting something up.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to you making amends for all the shudders a bit, all the laws you probably broke.
Yeah, definitely won't be breaking any more of those.
Better not.
Can he roll a deception check just
Yeah,
for the last time in this
The last
campaign?
time.
One last time. I have reliable talent. It wasn't that one, but it went to 17 because
No, we're having the nat one. That's that one.
He does the most awkward grin he's ever done.
Yeah, no,
He
your
can't
mum
quite lie
went
to his mother now. He knows
straight
she
through
knows
you,
everything.
and she just like smiles, and like despite the fact she said, "You never could lie to me."
Yeah, it's a good thing you weren't a member of the class, Mom. That would have gotten really awkward really fast.
I mean, I was thinking about a lot of things make sense, but no more. Okay.
Well, I'm not
Promise
sure
me.
there's. Yeah, I'm not even sure there's much of a class to be a member of at this point, but I definitely burn those bridges. Trust me.
I'm glad, and the friends who are fighting that awful thing. They're all good people.
Oh yeah, they're great.
Really
I
good
mean, Haydn used to be in the class, but he's also cut ties, so it was kind of like a joint thing. We kind of came to at the same time. It was kind of nice, actually.
But I liked him and his boyfriend.
Yeah. Wait, you called that?
Call it mother's intuition.
Oh.
You know,
Yeah.
the big stony one.
Yeah, sure,
the-
Mom.
and the-
Yep,
and
you
the-
really called
And
that.
the
Yep.
and the beefy one and the small posh one. Are any of them yours?
No.
Oh. I'm
No.
too busy with other things.
I'll get this business thing sorted, and then I'll look into settling down a little bit. Promise.
Good. I'll hold you to that and the other one.
All right, let's go. And he will take his mother's hand, and they will continue on their little journey. He gets to Amon. He passes Mr. DeRollo a letter that is rolled up and sealed with the Stoutcairn family crest. It's not a well-known dwarven one, but it does exist. Takes his family to Craghammer. He has bought a very large home for his mother, himself, and his father. It is Casadius size. This time he doesn't hit the ceiling when he walks around rooms. He doesn't have to duck going through doorways. It's appropriately accommodating to a full-size tiefling.
Okay.
And I believe once he's got the okay from Mr. DeRollo, he is going to start a mining operation underneath him since
Making
that's
Kari's
no...
old work, yeah.
Yeah, since that's no longer in use in the class, he probably arranged that the records of it would go missing from the clasp's records. He's got them
Absolutely.
now. Finders keepers. It's time for Mr. Casadius to run a reputable business.
Yeah.
And with that Ascor's help, that goes
Yeah.
very well. Casadius becomes quite a reputable rich man.
Yeah, he's got an apartment in Amon that he teleports to every other day to make sure the business is running smoothly. He dresses no less slutty than he already does. It's just more business slutty rather than like rogue slutty,
So many
Yeah.
chokers.
Oh yeah. He never stops stealing cutlery though. He'll go to visit Ascor in Rasana, and he'll go see Roman, and then every time he goes there, he takes just one single piece of cutlery. But that's almost more annoying than taking all of them at once.
That's okay.
Because
You with
one at a
your
time.
amazing perception, the occasional times the Roman comes round, he steals your cutlery.
Oh, the audacity.
You confront him about it. He just like shrugs and smiles and dimension doors.
He'd never bring it
There's
up. He'd just take one more when he goes the next time, but he never steals his own back. Eventually, they'll just swap cutlery. It'll be really
Yeah.
lovely.
You know what they say? Get rich or level up trying.
Okay, wonderful. Well, and thank you, Hannah. Is there anything else?
I think that's
Okay.
it. Other than stuff that links to other people, but that needs to come up later.
Indeed. Let us go to Rasha.
Ah, yes, Rashaval. So he
Or
does
whichever
not.
order you want to do your characters.
Yes, no, he does not linger long in Rosanna. After all, his forge master told him it was time to return home, and he has an edict to sweep floors. So he plans to return home, at least for a brief while. But before he does this, he returns to Nadan, whom we left in Amon, still very much suffering from the effects of his resurrection. So Jamie, how's Nadan doing?
Time is healing, but as somebody as connected to kind of divine power as Rasha, you see that whatever ritual ripped Nadan's soul out, whatever the hags were doing, and whatever happened with the wand, there's something about the soul that just isn't attached properly. And you're not sure how long, if you left it, if it would ever fix itself. So something might need to be done.
He probably sits with Nadan as he does this, and kind of quietly says, "Ah, my friend, as much as I wish I could say that everything is over, the problems, the pain, I cannot help but feel as though it is wrong for me to feel as though anything is over while you still suffer like this. I'm sorry."
Nadan kind of wince and sit up.
How are you?
Frustrated that I couldn't. You didn't let me help more.
No offense, Nadan, but frankly it would be me resurrecting you a second time had you come with us.
Maybe that'll work. You seem kind of sit quite awkwardly and sit up.
I know it is a soul thing, but I don't want you to feel frustrated. You are a spice boy, Nadan. You always have been. Since the day you agreed to lead us to the Underdark. And I'm sorry that road led you all the way to your death. But I swear I will dedicate the power vested in me as Saint of Forge and Fire to seeing you well again. And wherever it is you want to go, Rosanna, with me to Otsa, away by yourself, I will see you strong enough to walk that path, wherever you wish to go. It may not be now, but if it's home you want, then I will see you there.
I'd go home. And maybe you come visit, and after some time, maybe I can see the others.
I think they would like that very much. I think Ascor is trying to reunite the boys, so expect him to send you a letter or something annoying. Tell him to piss off. Not out of hate, but I think that time is over for us.
I hope so.
I hope so too. And he frequently visits Nadan, caring for him, using whatever magic he has at his disposal through Geb to restore him, and kind of slowly, year by year even, his soul begins to reform. On the note of Geb, quite soon after delivering Nadan safely home with the promise to revisit, Rasha reunites with Geb. He finds him in the temple to the Allhammer, and promises him that once again the world will be lit by the warmth of the Golden Forge. He kind of almost re-swears to his god and makes that kind of binding promise that the Church of Geb will soon be alive and well. And what does Geb? Where does Geb go from here?
So Geb is a god, but much of his power is being used. So he reunites with the Pantheon, communes with them, and it's ultimately decided that Geb is not powerful enough to need to be on the other side of the Divine Gate. The other deities do not attempt to bind him in a way that they have been, or send their legions against him. And so Geb sets up, and perhaps with Rasha's guiding, begins to attempt to convert the Drow away from Loth.
So, if he's likely to come with Rasha home to Orza, Rasha
He
returns to
sees much of the
Orza.
world, but eventually he returns to Orza with Rasha.
So Rasha returns to Orza a saint, and the Drow who made his early years so very miserable can only marvel at the man their tiny rock, as his name means, has become. And in his shift between sweeping the floors and doing menial tasks for his single dad, Rasha erects the first of the Golden Forges in the collapsed cavern where he first saw the original manifestation of Geb, and he casts Temple of the Gods there every single day, creating the great golden temple out of thin air until, after a year of its casting, it is bound to the prime material plane. And eventually, when Geb does come to Orza, he offers it to him as his first true home, as a place of the earth, where Geb first reached out to his saint, who was then but a very lonely little boy. When Roman asks him, Rasha heeds his call. He goes with Roman, and hears his humble request to see his brother once again. And Rasha has a storied history with Ghost. The bring, the bond that Ghost put on him. There's a lot of residual hatred that Rasha had always felt for Elenia. But on Roman's request, he feels it is only appropriate that Rasha is aware that Elenia Everthil, the boy that no one ever really met, is he himself when he reaches out to commune with that spirit, to try and speak with him, to touch him, to bring him back. He realizes Elenia himself is mired in grief and regret for the suffering he put his own brother through, sticking him in the Far Realm. And regret for the lives that his spectre, Ghost, touched. Rasha communes with Elenia. He meets him for the first time. And despite a kid who ultimately shares some of the black humor and shitty insistence he would do it all again, Rasha understands people well. And he sees somebody who wants to stay dead in penance for what he's done to Roman. Rasha poses it to him that his penance would be better served in life being there for his brother, Roman, who has become withdrawn, who finds it difficult to engage with society, who frequently visits barns and seems to make very little progress. And on these terms, Elenia accepts life once more. And when Elenia is returned, he is changed by Geb. Rasha keeps him secret for a long while. He takes him under his wing in the Church of Geb as its first divine soul sorcerer, light-forged in fact. And in doing this, Rasha makes a clear statement to Roman and Elenia both, that whatever Kyphon was, whatever Ghost was, whatever he did to Rasha personally, he has forgiven. And that forced bondage that kind of Ghost had placed on Rasha has been replaced by what's a watchful, guiding kind of mentorship, as Rasha helps Elenia, this like chaotic but not unkind younger brother, find his place in the world. And as the years go by, Rasha leaves Orza and begins to travel as he'd always wanted to. He spreads the word of Geb, and he spreads his doctrine, which he had slowly been penning over the years or months of traveling with the Spice Boys. And he sees that all his clergy, his acolytes, kind of recite the same words. Beauty in all things that you do. Be the hammer that creates change, not the work that bears its strokes. Be the anvil that withstands, and be the bedrock that upholds the creation of mastery. And Rasha forges masterworks and works miracles everywhere he goes. In all the locations he travels, he spends a year each time, creating a golden forge in each place he stays, as Geb's followers grow in number under the eyes of the living, breathing saint and his very real, very present god. And so the saint of Forge and Fire began a boy with no agency, no identity, no desire or particular will of his own. But he became a leader, a scion, and a man who made his own world in the name of a god who named him Saint. And that's what Rasha does.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
That's so sweet.
I love him,
Power
Yarman.
move of the Divine Soul Sorcerer. Power
I
move.
will say that
That's just adorable.
all in all, it probably cost 25,000 gold per true resurrection. I'm gonna say it cost at least 4. That was a lot.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you. But
Funded by Ascor.
funded by. Wonderful. Thank you for Rasha's epilogue. And what does Barnes get up to?
Oh god, back to back, the double whammy. Sorry guys, you're gonna have to listen to me talk some more. Okay, well, what does Barnes do? Okay, so despite his wishes to abscond with Vespin Chloris into the night and become a vigilante and live a cool kind of movie style life, Vespin and Barnes return to Rosanna, ready to face whatever the powers that be hold in store for them. And ultimately, one thing became abundantly clear to Barnes in the final fight with Ghost, and that is that he could not clearly bear to leave Vespin's side in life, nor can he now in death. So, when Vespin is placed under protracted house arrest by the dynasty, Barnes resolves to stay in Rosanna so he can protect him as best as he can. And nearby, Barnes opens his own clinic in the dynasty's capital, and he offers his services to the city as the post-Calamity world's greatest and only magical psychiatrist and influencer, delivering TED Talks to the city on podiums. And he sees as many of the Spice Boys as feel comfortable seeing him to discuss and work through the many traumas that the group had to live through. And in fact, the party may often see each other in his waiting room, or his living room, in fact, well supplied with tea and biscuits from little automata which have been brought back from the pre-Calamity world. He may even teach them piano, music from the Age of Arcanum, and in that way he kind of keeps his world alive somewhat. And while his memories continue to elude him, his feelings do not. He persuades, or rather extorts, Essek to sign off on his taking Vespin out for a second real first date in Rosanna. And it is only a very brief while following this that the Spice Boys receive note that they have in fact renewed their vows, and they will be accepting donations as wedding gifts. And Barnes soon moves into Vespin's prison home, which as it transpires is not so bad. It's a rather lovely 3-story gabled home in a nice district in Rosanna with nice, pretty pastel flowers growing on trellises outside. And in immense boredom, Vespin takes on many, many hobbies, having to learn to do things for himself, growing kind of fond of baking, and in fact reinvents the Forage, the first operational model of which is sent immediately to Zug by special magical courier. In general, the Castellos, as they are now named, are a productive force for good in the dynasty. And while their origins and true names are kept as state secret, Vespin spends his days as an Archmage consultant to the dynasty, advising the Bright Queen on their pursuits in locating the ruins of the flying city of Aor up in Eiselcross, as well as in her frustrations with her great enemy, the Cerberus Assembly in the Dwendalian Empire, being an archmage, he has many an insight into how to combat them and stand in their way. And as it transpires, the Castellos are fast friends with the Bright Queen and her wife, the two couples reveling in the comfort of two more people who share memories of the pre-calamity world that they come from. And Barnes's clinic expands. As time goes by, he teaches and he trains some willing new practitioners, desperate to honestly be able to offer his friends the option of a professional who is not him a close acquaintance, because that is a no-go. He writes books, which are dutifully and masterfully reworded by his husband, and so the great enlightenment of the Age of Arcanum lives on through one of its best and brightest mental health care professionals in the present day. However, the Castello's marital bliss exists under the shade of one immutable fact. Barnes remains bound to Asmodeus. Despite his death, it never broke the contract. And he and Vespin work tirelessly to unravel that contract. For the pair know that neither of them will ever really truly feel safe until Barnes is freed. And there is only so much fear in his own husband's eyes that Barnes can take, however briefly it may surface on Vespin's face. And their work leads them to assume they must find Barnes's missing eyes, whomever in tal'dorei has them in their possession. And while that chapter remains unwritten, the Castellos draw a happy and final line under their rather pained separation. And they begin to find their place in a world that frankly to them remains a little strange, barbaric and alien, if very twee, a little Renfair. And together they work towards the advancement, both magitechnical and psychiatric, of the world that Barnes's dear friends inhabit. And he is thankful that for all the displacement he feels in time, he has the grounding influence of people that he cares for and care for him. And he is immensely grateful to see some of them on a regular basis. One of them is Haydn, who he sees. How frequently would you say, Erin?
I would say Haydn probably comes and sees Barnes at least once a month. Yeah.
So maybe on this month they're finishing up in quite a large, airy drawing room. The kind of lights of Rosanna behind large kind of floor to ceiling windows. It's really quite a nice house. It seems to get nicer every time you come. It's getting renovated by a very bored archmage every few weeks. And Barnes sort of says to him, "Well, Haydn, I've got to say, I think this might be working for you. How are you feeling?"
I mean, yeah. I have to say I was kind of skeptical when we started all this stuff because I'd never really heard of therapy before, but I think it's working.
And I'm not going to throw you any lakes anytime soon, but
yeah. We can save that for future sessions, maybe.
We'll build up to the swimming, but
yeah.
Go on.
Well, there is a stream near where I'm living, so I've gotten close to it a couple times. But
Baby steps.
I'm still keeping a wide berth for sure.
Well, whenever you feel like splashing around, write it down and let me know. I'd be...
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll keep journaling.
I am happy. I'm incredibly happy with how it's all going for you. I really think... I was worried about you for quite a while. That even after everything, you still had... Well, you bore a lot of it as a person. But you smile more now, you know. It's nice to see.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, life's a bit easier when you don't have the weight of the potential collapse of the world on your shoulders, right?
Isn't it just? And also a very handsome guy to go home to. How is Aku?
I Oh, yeah. He's great.
I bet he is.
Anyway, speaking of, is your husband around?
Well, he never leaves. He's not allowed to, so...
Yeah,
if
you're
he's
right.
not downstairs, he's in an interdimensional pocket plane in a lab or something.
Right.
So controlling.
Although, as far as I know, he said something about making biscuits when he heard you were coming around. I think he still feels bad. I don't think there's any way he'll ever not feel bad
I mean,
about it.
I came to your guys' wedding, so like it's
No, I know. He's yeah.
It's unswept away, like it's under the rug. I should go talk to him.
Well, how about we have some biscuits? Because they're pretty good, to be honest. He burned them all every single time the first few weeks. But they're getting pretty good. He can do the gooey cookies, the gooey middles.
Wait,
I can't cook for shit. Can you imagine that?
He's been practicing cookies for weeks.
Right. Isn't that hilarious? The most competent archmage that nearly became a god can't make a cookie. When he can now, but it took a while.
Well, I mean, I guess we're all doing a little bit of growth, aren't we?
Yeah, yes we are. Yes we are. And he kind of like, his eyes spin around to the various projects that like could decorate his house as they like walk through. A lot of personal growth.
Yeah.
And leads you down to the stairs to the kitchen, which, you know, nice open plan. It's all very tastefully decorated, even if it is maybe more reminiscent of the Age of Arcanum ruins that you've seen around the world. That clean line, geometric sort of look. Well, Vestman is probably in the kitchen. He's probably wearing an apron. He's got some tea on the stove. Barnes kind of goes in and says, "All right, what do you have for us today?"
Mr. Best.
He kind of looks around and you see there's like flour everywhere, and someone say, "These are gingerbread men." And you can see there's very misshapen attempt at icing. It's not artistic at all.
Are they?
There's a little bit of like gingerbread things.
Maybe cookies next time.
This one kind of looks like a bit like a person, but it's got like 3 arms.
Barnes picks up the most misshapen one he can possibly find and says, "This one looks like Essek Talus." And then he just eats his head.
Yeah. Dickhead. Here, I know. And he like snaps the 3rd arm off of the misshapen gingerbread man. Look, this one's perfect. This one's great. It's almost a shame to eat it.
He kind of picks up the arm and nibbles on it, like looking frustratedly at the oven.
He's kind of like holding them.
Like he waves his hand over the cookies, they just reform into the perfect shape, and he's like,
Haydn's holding the now reformed gingerbread man kind of awkwardly, like trying to hold on to anything as long as possible to avoid the conversation he wants to have with Vespin. And eventually, as he realizes,
I would say spit it out, Haydn, but that might be insulting.
I didn't even take a bite yet. And he like quickly like shoves the whole thing in his mouth and like chews to like stall for time.
Do they taste good as well as look good now, or is it just visual renovation? What's happened?
How does it taste, Jamie?
Awful. Like after the magic got cast on it, it tastes a little bit of gunpowder.
Can I do a sleight of hand check to spit it out without offending them?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. That is a 37 on sleight of hand.
Yeah, no notice.
Okay.
It looks confusingly down at the cookies.
I like wipe surreptitiously at the side of my mouth and I spit it down my sleeve. I'll like get rid of it later.
How was the session? Everything okay?
Good.
Yeah, I'll be back next month, as scheduled. Yeah, I've got something, a new topic I want to start talking about next month, but I'll save it until then. So, Vespin, I wanted to say something to you. And to preface this, Barnes didn't bring this up in therapy or tell me to say this, so I've not been like, you know, prodded or anything. I've been doing some thinking and I wanted to say this. And he like takes a deep breath to kind of steady himself. I am sorry for insisting that we kill you when we first resurrected you. I had only known you to be the bringer of the calamity, and I didn't, you know, first of all, that wasn't true, but secondly, that, well, he kind of gestures at the cookies and the domestic home and the marriage photos on the wall and everything that the Costellos have built together. I didn't acknowledge that you're human too. And for that, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Haydn. It's appreciated, and I want you to know that I harbored no ill will. It's the only sensible and prudent analysis of all the information you had, and given how affected you were and what happened with me when I was bound to, he shudders a little bit, that other thing, the wand, I could understand why you personally would be quite so affected. And I suppose for whatever part I played in that, I'm sorry too. Must have been awful for you carrying that thing around. But I'm glad you managed to reach into it and contact me. I owe you and everyone else a lot. It's fine to have some hiccups on the way. I mean, mine was pretty big.
Huge.
Thank you, Vance.
You're welcome.
He kind of picks up a cookie and bites it himself, and you see him wince.
And Barnes is kind of just watching them both, like, big tears welling in his eyes, and eventually he just like, oh, fuck it, and he just, like, reaches over and pulls them both into a big hug. I'm sorry, I know neither of you really like physical affection, but here we are.
He kind of, like, tenses up in Barnes's arms, but, like, kind of gently, like, pats him on the back.
Lesman seems more okay with it than Haydn does.
Anyway,
Maybe.
Oh, what?
Well, I'd worked out how you can make it up for me.
Oh, okay.
You can be honest about how these taste, and you can be my taste tester every time you come.
Oh, yep, we can start that next time I visit, so...
Great, I'm planning on it. I've heard of this thing called a tiramisu.
Oh, no. Oh,
Okay, Barnes, next month,
So one of the improvements, there are lots of different ways to have caffeine.
let me know if you want to postpone, or if anything comes up in the next month. If you need more time, just...
Yeah, you know what? I've been dying to invite you out to where I'm living for a while, so, you know, maybe we can bring both of you guys out sometime.
What a good idea. Make a tiramisu for Aku. He'll love it.
No need. We'll host. It's fine.
Wonderful, I'll
He
bring
is
dessert.
absolutely lactose intolerant. That is horrible.
Great. It must be really tough because, you know, I can't eat being a zombie and all that. So he really has nowhere to vent all his cookies. So
Oh, I see. Actually, you know what? I heard is that I know that you guys have a strained relationship with him, but Essek Thalos, I think you can leave gifts for him on his desk sometimes, and he'll enjoy them.
Essek's the easiest person. I vaguely pretend that I'm going to give him some information, and he'd tap dance if I asked.
Fantastic. You should test your cookies on him. Great idea. Anyway,
You know,
guys, I
he
should
sits
probably...
outside our house sometimes.
Does
He
he?
like
Watches.
stalks us.
It's very strange.
It's a bit.
desperate for information about Aor. It's funny.
What
Anyway.
a loser. Anyway,
Loser indeed. Get
um,
back to Aku. Send him our regards.
yeah, I'll see you guys. See you guys soon.
See you in a bit.
And
Bye,
he
Haydn.
slips out of the front door.
Kind of go over and Vespin goes over and holds Barnes' hands and he goes, "He's still an odd one."
Aiden. I mean, let's be honest. Everyone in the Spice Boys is weird as shit, me included.
Oh my god! I'm glad you said it.
Fucking hell. And he just picks up a cookie and just eats it and just shrugs. Because it all
Looks
tastes the
like-
same to him.
yeah. Okay. Aku. Sai. About 6 months after, maybe more like a year, after in an area of near Wildmount, sorry, on the continent of Wildmount, not too far from Arizona, but also not part of the Dwendalian Empire and not the Savalier Wood, forest somewhere. Aku is walking alone. Go.
So, yeah, Aku is walking through a dense forest, alone. Slung over his shoulder is a large boar carcass, and flecks of its blood is smudged across his face and staining the furs around his neck. Cold mist is clinging to the trees surrounding him and starts to dissipate as he arrives at a small clearing. The morning sun is just starting to filter through the dense canopy of trees above, casting dappled shadows on a small cabin tucked away in a secluded corner of the forest. Aku unceremoniously dumps the dead animal onto the ground and looks up at the smoke that trickles lazily into the cold morning air from a broken stone chimney. The roof is made of moss-covered shingles, some of them missing or crooked, resting on a weathered oak wall, patched and reinforced with scraps of wood. The door hangs slightly off its hinges, but other than its quiet creaking, the forest is almost completely silent in the early hours of the day. As he moves towards the shack, Aku steps over piles of freshly dug up earth splayed all around the small clearing, surrounded by small offerings covered in broken branches and vegetation. But to the side of the cabin is a small shrine with 5 round stones stacked on top of each other, unusually clean and cleared of any debris, and a scattered dusting of ash in front of that is all that remains of long ago burned incense. Aku opens the door, and without removing his dirty, muddied boots, he quietly enters.
At the table in the center of the room, hunched over a graphite-smeared sketchbook, is Haydn. When Aku enters, he raises his head from his hands and looks over to the doorway, and his hair is askew from worried fingers.
Orcus again. Aku crosses the room and wraps his arm around Haydn's shoulders from behind. He's carefully running his fingers over the smooth bone beads that are resting across Haydn's collarbone, and he's sort of tracing the carvings etched into the surface.
Yeah, it's the 3rd nightmare this month. Haydn leans back into him with a sigh and lets his head fall against Aku's chest. On the sketchbook in front of them is a well-illustrated depiction of a horned, desiccated head of a ram, jaw agape and jagged tusks and serrated teeth. Its eyes seem to pierce through the page, stark and glowing against the dark hollows they sit in. Haydn quite quickly flips the book shut.
Well, we should try another mixture then. And Aku sighs as he stretches, moving around the room, stepping up on the dusty chests that Ascor had given Haydn to reach a shelf high up near the window, grabbing small handfuls from unlabeled compartments, jars, and bowls, strewn haphazardly across the cabin. And once he seemed satisfied with an assortment of oddly coloured barks and dried leaves and bitter-smelling roots, he drops the forageables into a pot with water and begins to light a small fire underneath.
The room that they've made their life in is simple. On one side is a carved wooden counter with a basin to wash in and a scattering of hand-carved cooking utensils and a collection of several knives that have been gathered up over a few years. There's glass jars with colorful pickled fruits and vegetables cluttering up the back wall and several bundles of dried herbs hanging from the walls and the ceiling beams. There's also a skittering above as Haydn's familiar chases Aku's quarry spirit near through the rafters. But on the other side of the room is an unkempt bed, faded, threadbare woolen blankets slumping off of one side to join the rumpled clothes carelessly strewn across the floor. Leather and fur hides from various woodland creatures hang on the main wall, curing in front of a cast iron wood stove. As the pot begins to bubble over in steam, Haydn takes that moment to cross the room and tuck his sketchbook into a small bookcase underneath a dusty window. Early morning, hazy light starting to filter through the drawings pinned to the wooden picture frame. Illustrations of their friends, all of them. And underneath that is a jumbled but well cared for pile of mementos from his friends. There's a golden medallion of Geb that's been very well maintained and regularly shined, next to a pin with a symbol of the Bright Queen that he was once gifted by Roman, a wedding invitation from the Costellos, and various magical items from Ascor, including a well-read copy of his novel's manuscript. There's even red corrections in the margins from where Haydn has edited the story while reading it to Aku. Haydn can hear Aku starting to pour the tea behind him, but he resolutely chooses not to turn around.
I know you said it tasted like shit last time, but at least try it. Aku sort of nudges Haydn's arm as he sets down a shallow, curved bowl filled with steaming liquid. Dried leaves float to the surface and slowly unfurl before sinking again. Please.
Haydn quirks a brow at the platitude from Aku and relents. He reaches for the drink with a touch of skeptical hesitance. As he reaches his arm out, his sleeve rides up and exposes a long ago healed but marbled burn scar, which is all that remains of his clasp tattoo. He kind of looks at the drink and swirls it in his hand listlessly and says, "Honestly, Aku, I don't think a dreamless sleep is possible. None of these have worked."
Just give it time. We won't know if you don't try. Just drink the damn thing, Haydn.
You did. After a slight pause, there's at that kind of interrupting the tension, there's a knock on the door.
Aku is going to draw his spear. Given how quiet it is around them, they do not get many visitors ever.
And neither of you heard anything upon no footsteps leading up.
Haydn places his cup down and grabs a kitchen knife off the counter and waits for the door to open.
And the door kind of swings a little bit, and in walks.
And with a twang, the kitchen knife through the air and hits the door frame right next to this person's face. And who is it?
Oh, buddy!
Yeah.
I mean, I'm worth a lot of money now, but killing me is not gonna get you it.
Oh, Casadius! Sorry about that. My aim's a little bit off.
The Casadius you see is dressed in one of his fancy robes, open down to the belly button again. There's a few more, there's a bit more bling going on than you recall, bigger necklaces, his pipe is kind of tucked into his like Obi style belt. More thigh highs going on. He looks very regal. Nothing looks threadbare. He's still wearing his boots of haste. They've never gone away. And his hair has grown out to a point where he has it pulled into a slight ponytail over one shoulder, but he's still got the mullet going. It's just longer now.
Aku, before he says anything more, Aku sort of acknowledges Casadius at the door. He walks over, pulls the knife out of the wooden beam, raises his eyebrows a bit. Casadius pointedly looks at Haydn with the kitchen knife in his hand and just throws it back onto a chopping board, and it lands bang right in the middle of what looks to be the kitchen area.
Sorry, I'll use my own knife next time. God.
Right.
Hey, Casadius.
That's horribly domestic. I'm assuming from this that my feet are still as light as they used to be, which is great because I've been, taking a bit of a break from all that.
Yeah, next time can you like step on a couple twigs first? Like, Jesus, man. What are you doing here? Hi, by the way. Long time.
Hi.
Come here. And he like comes
Hey,
over
buddy.
and comes and gives Casadius a huge hug.
Yeah, Cass will give him lift him off the floor a little bit, kind of hug. All right, I'll put you down.
Thank you.
Aku, hey, and he's gonna give him like a manly clasp of the forearms, kind of shaking of the hand. Hey, buddy, it still scare me a little bit. This is nice.
He doesn't say anything. He nods at Casadius's offer of a handshake. Doesn't take it.
Oh, okay, that's.
Hayden pats Aku on the back of the shoulder. He's really pleased to see you.
Oh yeah, I'm used to this by now. Don't even worry about it.
He's
in your mind, you hear, "Yeah, I'm pleased to see him as long as he doesn't try to hug you again."
Hayden like splutters for a moment, but doesn't respond to that. What's up, Casadius? What brings you out to these parts? We're kind of gestures at the woods that expand for miles around them. Kind of in the middle of nowhere. You didn't want to send a message?
I didn't really trust the process. I felt this was something probably best spoken about face to face.
Right.
Anywhere for me to sit? Should I just pull up
yeah.
on the counter or?
Here. And he like drags the stool over that he was sitting on before when he was sketching and plunks it down on the floor in front of Cass, and Hayden sits on the kitchen table and crosses one leg over the other and leans in.
Cass will sit and man spread a little bit on the stool. Well, nice life you've set up for yourselves here, guys. I'm sorry I haven't visited as much as I probably could. I feel like it's been a bit of a one-way street with you coming to me, but...
It's fine. We don't mind. We haven't actually had anyone out here yet. You're the first visitor.
Oh, well, it's lovely. Wait. He'll reach into his sleeve and pull out 4 really fancy pieces of cutlery. They are not his.
Thank you.
Housewarming gift. There you go.
Sir, are these Romans?
Why would you think that?
Well, it's got the Everthal family crest on the bottom.
Then yes, they are.
Cool. I like them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Places on the counter.
Well, I know you really like Romans, so you've got something of his to, keep you company for now.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So, you didn't come all this way to give us forks and knives.
No, not really. Kind of glances between the two of them and just... Look, I'm trying to be a clean-cut kind of businessman at this point, and I'm trying to keep on the straight and narrow, not really involve myself in anything that's not exactly kosher,
Yeah.
There's some problems in Amman at the moment.
What kind of problems?
Well, we didn't really settle the matters with the class before we left. And we got Kari out, but there was still a power vacuum we never actually dealt with. It's he like looks to the side and looks uncomfortable, like this is something he wants to involve himself in, but he knows deep down that if he involves himself in it again properly now, he's not going to be able to leave again. There's a lot of infighting going on, and it started spreading out into the populace. We've had a few civilians injured, and when I say a few, I mean more than we'd like, because you can keep a handful quiet, but it's getting to a point where there's basically fighting in the streets, starting to get a little bit dicey out there.
Oh. Are your family okay? They've not been.
Oh yeah, they're in Craghammer. I visit them on every few days or so just to check the business is ticking over. I mean, a couple of my workers have gotten caught in the crossfire, but
Shit.
yeah.
So what are you thinking of doing?
I don't really know. I mean, I've got a lot of money I can throw at the problem, but for once it seems like money isn't actually the solution to this one.
Hmm.
You can buy help, but you can't necessarily buy good help. Kind of looks at you guys like...
Huh? Haydn looks at Aku. And looks back at Casadius.
Look, I know it's... He puts his hands for a second and like runs his hands through his hair between his horns, and he pulls it away. His hair's kind of sticking up at awkward angles. Look, I'm not asking you to jump back into all the clasp stuff, and I'm not asking you guys to, reform the boy band or whatever it is you guys would phrase it as. I don't know. Iman just needs a little helping hand, and it's a little bit much for me to handle on my own. This is a whole criminal underground that's imploding, you know?
Sorry, Cass. I don't really know what you're asking of us.
We just, I need, the city needs help, and I don't know people better equipped to help out than someone who understands how the class used to work, who was involved in the whole mess to begin with. This is our mess,
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. But Cass, he kind of grips his forearm where the burn scars sit. We left that life behind us years ago, Cass. That's not us anymore. He looks at Aku. Right?
Aku crosses his arms, and his eyes sort of flicker back between Haydn and Casadius. And he turns to Casadius. What's in it for us?
Okay. And leaving that particular scene on a little bit of a cliffhanger, we'll perhaps talk a little bit about some of the NPCs or NPCs. Silas Briarwood still occasionally comes to each of you asking if you found a way. Whether or not you help him is up to you. Lorian continues running his shop, has kept out of this, continues being a little bit too close to Ascor's sister for Ascor's liking, and continues to play plenty of Fey tricks on him. The Hag opens up a second brothel in Rasona and does use Barnes' agreement to play in front of it to charm quite a few of the upper courts through Barnes' instrument playing. Anyone else? Yeah, Percy obviously increases the kind of tal'dorei Council's involvement in Rasona with you all
Does
as
he keep in
allies.
touch with my mum?
Yes.
Pen pals, let's go.
And Grog, of course, bonds with Zug considerably over the time, but doesn't unfortunately let him draw from the deck again. He's been told, actually, it's been taken off him, which is probably for the best of everyone. Any other NPCs? Well, I mean, we covered some of it in the Q&A, but Thyrox's doing great down there. Sorry about that. Ascor, you are occasionally plagued with some whisperings in your ear that you're able to shut out far enough away, but you are perhaps aware, as another unresolved plot point,
Tax
the Aboleth
collectors, I knew
still
it.
lives. The Aboleth still lives. One that to do, and you know that they're willing to wait thousands of years if needed. And given the 2 major defeats they've suffered, you reckon it's going to be a long time, and this is nothing more than tempted annoyance and revenge. I guess if any others come up, talk about it. Essek. Essek spends his time attempting to regain the reputation he's lost by consistently going against the boy band, using Vespin as best he can, whilst realizing that Vespin has almost all the power in this relationship very early on, and is increasingly frustrated until he eventually finds his own tussle-haired, dirty wizard. However, one day, after 5 or 6 years, that this all finishes, Essek is coming home again from a rather unsuccessful interview where Vespin talked a lot. Most of it he promised was useful, and that if Essek just applied himself a bit harder, he might understand the basics of the Age of Arcanum. Trudging home, not even floating, kind of dejected, Essek goes into his Thalos mansion and kind of begins to walk towards his tower, and so he can hear vague banging sounds like drawers being opened and shut quickly, and chairs scraping from upstairs, and he kind of not sure quite what to do, hurries along and begins to call back to summon some guards to run after him. And as he goes to his office, he flings it open.
Oh, hey Essek, what's up? And
Haydn.
Haydn is sitting in Essek's plush leather chair, feet up on his mahogany desk, and he's tossing a paperweight up and down in his hand. And the office has been completely torn apart. Every book and every piece of paper off the shelves and in crumpled piles on the floor. Every drawer emptied and left turned upside down.
Aku is also standing behind Haydn, leaned up against the chair that Haydn's in, probably quickly pocketing some nice-looking bits and bobs on Essek's table. And he's dressed fairly different. He no longer is wearing his signature coat that everyone knows is now from the Kalashtar village, but he, for once, is wearing a double-breasted, crossed-over shirt with actual trousers. And without his coat, you can see the leather straps that attach his spear, which actually he's both wearing his spear and his halberd now. And as he does pocket those belongings of Essek, he does not even say a single thing. He just smirks at Essek and gets up from the chair that he's perched on next to Haydn.
What is the meaning of this?
This is a nice office you've got here, Essek. It's a shame about all the mess. And Haydn, similar to Aku, is dressed differently from how he used to be. A well-fitted black woolen coat, a little bit longer than the one he used to wear. He's got black leather gloves on, and he's got some newer clothes that look like they actually cost a little bit. You know what, Essek, I'm really sorry. We can't stay and chat. We just needed this. And he gestures at a rather incriminating document that Aku has got in his hands.
Yeah, Aku just waves it around, like almost tauntingly to Essek.
Give me that. What are you doing?
And he starts very quickly channeling Dimension Door. There's just a sort of like brief flash of light as this portal opens up. And
Haydn hops off of his chair and steps into Aku's space and with a little salute to Essek says, "Oh, see you later."
I don't know where you live.
Aku just flips Essek off, grabs Haydn by the arm, launches them both into the portal, and they disappear.
Okay. So you kind of see him just like flustered and unsure and quickly trying to work out what document as you both step off. So over the next couple of months, you guys hear that whatever problems were going on, the crime surge begins to lessen, the murders, various gang members, class members cease. Iman has been oddly peaceful since things was over. There are rumors about what's happened, that the class has changed, that they have new leadership that are incredibly dangerous, fairly distinctive, but their descriptions vary massively depending on who you ask. Also, it seems as if their work has gone from a lot of kind of the petty thievery in that to blackmail, and certain politicians or investors have been uncovered or exposed as corrupt, but long before they were exposed, they seem to have been being blackmailed and their actions changed anyway. And whilst nobody necessarily still has a good word to say about the class, there is a level of peace, although there's still that fear kind of permeating through of what the organization still stands for, or still is seen as standing for. Approximately 10 years after the events of the campaign, you are all gathered at one of the various residences that Casadius' new wealth has formed for him. That's been
I want you to know it's gaudy as hell.
all with Everthill cutlery assigned to you. Aku and Haydn are there. Ascor makes his way. Barnes and Vespin, Rasha, Nadan, who you've all met a couple of times, and whilst he seems a little off, and Haydn and him have probably had quite a lot of heartfelt talks on occasion, doing okay. Zug, who seems to have found his lust for life again in spirit, and is talking about his new adventures with Grog, arrive, and in come as you all sit down and begin reminiscing about old days, talking about what's going on. The doors slam open, and in walks the beaming Miss Stoutcare, holding a huge bowl of soup, steaming soup for you all.
Oh no!
Preceded by Vespin. Oh, sorry. Followed by Vespin carrying cookies.
Oh no! It's a double whammy.
I have second-hand embarrassment for a fictional husband.
And that is where we will leave the story, should we ever pick it up again. As you all perhaps agree, maybe once a decade, minimum, to all meet up again. And remember the time you saved the world, probably 3 times, at least. That's where we'll leave it. Well done, everybody.
It's over!
Yeah.
No!
Oh god, it's done.
No campaign rules forever, my son.
Campaign's over. It's finished. It's donezo.
Wait, sorry, let me just roll one more dice.
But what for?
It's actually a natural 1. I wasn't rolling it for any reason. I just wanted to. Tiamat swoops in, everyone dies.
Oh shit!
Why is that happening? No, that's cursed, dude.
That's for next campaign. Next campaign is going to be a natural 1.
No.
I'll try again.
Oh my
5. Okay, F.
gosh.
Guys, I enjoyed that so much. Those were such nice epilogues.
That was so good.
Y'all
Right,
doing
everybody.
some
Thank you for all the
cute shit.
preparation. It was a remarkably easy session for me. I appreciate it. You all did a lot of work. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for playing.
Really enjoyed
Thank you
that.
for watching.
Yeah.
Thank you for DMing and dealing with all our shit over these years.
Yes.
Thank
This
you,
is
Jamie.
this is a moment we gotta be players appreciating the DM. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamie. You put so much work into this, and yeah, we love you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to a 4-week or 5-week break, however long it is.
Yeah.
Ends up being.
Look at me, I am the DM now.
Yeah. Damn. Well,
I was gonna say any last minute burning questions.
Yeah.
Things that we never knew
So
about.
we are rolling into the Q&A segment of today's stream. So basically we're gonna ask Jamie to peel back the DM curtain and reveal any secrets and what ifs from this campaign, and also invite anyone who's watching in chat right now, if they have any questions that they would like to ask Jamie or ask us, the players, about our characters. It's also an opportunity for us as the players to ask each other questions too. So yeah, if you're watching live right now, please feel free to drop some questions in the chat. We'll be checking that. We also have a bunch of questions that people have asked on the Discord already. So I'm happy to
You want to
Facilitate.
in charge?
facilitate
Host,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll host. Okay, so do we want some different music for this, or do we want like the El Clasico that we're currently on? What are we doing? Luke, you're in
don't
charge. You pick.
Oh, yeah, Luke's in charge.
Find us
Shit,
the royalty-free
boy.
bangers.
Just make sure it's
Yeah, you
copyright
had
free.
some royalty-free banging. It's like kind of almost buccaneering music played earlier.
Was that the Zug Epilogue music?
I think so. Yeah.
Shall I put that back on? That was pretty fun.
I wish we could, Jen. I wish we could use the Witcher music. Unfortunately,
I know. There's so many
Yeah.
great tracks I keep finding, and then it's like, this is copyrighted, and I'm like,
like Skellige is like the perfect, just like not fight combat music for D&D.
yeah.
Alas.
I think this is the track. There we go. Q&A music.
Buccaneering.
Let's go. Okay, so first question of the epilogue list comes from TakashiRose, who I think is actually watching in chat right now. Hey, Draco. So TakashiRose wants to know, now that the party is possibly going their separate ways, who out of the group do they keep in contact with, and how do they do it? Eski, you first. Who does Zug keep in touch with?
I mean, obviously Ascor, because he's contractually obliged. Probably Ascor, Barnes, because obviously Barnes is offering free therapy to literally everyone. And I think during Zug's kind of calm down from the adventuring high, he probably would have needed some, or at least would have just chatted his ear off about it. Other than that, I'm trying to think. Who else? I mean, he would try and keep in contact with Aku and Haydn, but would probably forget a lot of the time. Other than that, I mean, he's just probably not the best at keeping in contact with people, so it depends who keeps in contact with him, for the most part.
Yeah, I imagine Haydn sends Zug a couple of little letters every so often. He drops them off when he goes into Rasona to go visit Barnes. He uses the post box there.
Yeah, Barnes definitely helps him through his post-adventuring depression and, like, reassures him that it's perfectly natural for your body to
Depression
change.
is real, yeah.
So would you continue to try to learn magic from Roman?
If Roman genuinely was around to do it, yeah, he would give it a go. Still in disbelief that it's even possible until the points of which it just happens.
Maybe you get like 1 level in wizard after like several years.
20 fighter, 1 wizard.
Oh my gosh. Let's go.
25 1 wizard, literally.
Luke, what about Ascor? Who does he stay in touch with?
Ascor stays in touch with really anyone who keeps it real around your ass, for sure.
Except Barnes, apparently.
Well, this is what I was going to say. The more I got from the epilogue there, the more it would have begun as this kind of prejudice based upon his perceived evilness. But then, he would have heard a few things there, would have heard a little something from Roman, who dismissive, nonsense, can't trust that guy. And eventually gets around to to Haydn, Zug. No, really, they're decent dudes. Like, you should come. And then, reluctantly sort of comes for a sort of group dinner one time. And then by the end, they're like, everyone's drunk, and it's like the last 4 people, and Ascor literally, yeah. So, yeah.
I reckon they form a very natural bitch circle in Roslana. Fonz is a very easy addition to the social parties, lurking in the corner with Roman and Ascor with martinis, having shit to say.
Deception gang.
Next up, Clood. So you already established in your epilogue that Barnes pretty much stays in touch with everybody, but do you have any additional details you want to share, maybe about how he keeps in touch or with any NPCs?
Yeah, so I mean, he definitely tries to, being a social creature, he tries to stay in touch with absolutely everyone, offering at first services. It's like, do you guys want therapy? No, really, please be my friend. But also like music lessons, whatever it is. I think he's quite keen to see more of the world, so he probably goes on brief trips at first, like just with them by their, like, you know, maybe it's Akko and Haydn. He asks them to show him around some places he's not been in the world. Maybe it's Zug. He kind of wants to go off with him and Grog for a bit because there's just so much he has to learn about the way the world has
Hitting
changed.
things with axes.
Yeah, I mean, no, he doesn't do
Big
any
sword.
of that. He watches you hit things with axes and maybe stabs things with a sword occasionally. Maybe slay some dragons with them. And maybe eventually Bespin's allowed to come out and he can come on trips too. Eventually one day, of course, he does ask the Spice Boys to help him recover his missing eyes so he can finally be free of Asmodeus. And I think that's probably a whole other shebang, but I think that's something that like lives on in my mind as something that like they do together in the future, or whoever will come and help him. Yeah. I think generally he's just busy being nosy and sociable and like trying to spread magic and enlightenment to Rosanna. Cass, I think as well, he particularly, like, I think maybe has a kind of genuine friendship that he wants to pursue. Like, I think he.
Oh yeah.
Their like whiskey nights felt like, you know, that
Oh
was a
yeah,
good
that's
friendship.
gonna keep happening. They're just gonna keep having whiskey nights. It's gonna be so good. Cass will buy the
Hell yeah.
really expensive stuff for both of them now.
Hell
You can afford
yeah.
it. It'll be great. In an actual crystal glass, it's made of diamond.
Hell yeah. They have
Barnes
expensive
can keep it when they're done.
rich man whiskey nights.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
And what about Rasha? Does he keep in touch with everybody?
Yeah, so he's a cult leader now. Rasha has a whole cult to deal with. I think he stays in touch with people. I think in a way of like he will always. I think there will always be the people that he is fondest of the most, and he will often invite people maybe to Ortsa. Maybe he shows them around and shows them how the drow worshippers are all slowly converting to Geb and how wonderful that is. Particularly Haydn, Zug, they are Church of Geb officially, so you know they have an open accommodation in any of the temples throughout the lands. I think probably like I think maybe his contact is less frequent, and I think maybe it's not like aloofness that it is. I think he just doesn't feel as though anyone really needs him, and that's not in a like self-deprecating way. He's just very like content that they are content, and kind of feels comfortable in the knowledge that all his friends are kind of out there in the world thriving. And when he does see them, if infrequently, it's always a happy occasion.
Nice. And a quick follow-up question to that. At what point does a cult become a religion?
Oh man.
Is it enough followers or?
Well, also, is it like the fact that the god is real? Because I mean, Geb is like pretty freaking real, and like you know, miracles are being live miracle. They do like miracle shows. I don't know, like creating masterworks in front of the populace, healing the sick, sparing the dying. Actually, do you know, I have one for Jamie off the back of this. Geb's a nice guy, right? Like, this is a happy cult. Wow,
God,
oh my
is my
god.
god a nice guy?
If he hits us with a
Geb
you
is
don't
like-
know.
Geb is less. Geb is the worshiping Geb is the pursuit of perfection, and Geb accepts nothing less. He is the ultimate disappointed father meme to his followers not named Rasha. It can something can be good, but it can always be better.
Y'all, it's a cult.
Nice. Cool. Next up is Sai. Does Aku stay in touch with people? And who and how?
Surprisingly, he does. It just takes time.
There are a lot of people that are left on red for several years. So when it comes to Ascor, Ascor actually receives mail from Aku, maybe a few years down the line, five years. And it's pretty surprising because at this point, Ascor probably knows that Aku lives in a hovel in a wood somewhere. And yeah, it's been posted properly, has a stamp and everything. And there
We
is just
posted
this...
by owls and like voles. Shit.
It looks like it's been posted from in the city. So, and inside there is just a contract. You don't know how he's got it. It's been ages since you drafted it, so you have no idea how he's got his hands on it after all this time. One that looks like the one you offered to him just after everyone was sort of making their way apart. And at the bottom, in hardly legible writing, scribbled, is just, "So, what are we doing next?"
Yeah.
Let's go.
Boys are back in town.
Rasha is probably the one person that Aku would have visited semi-regularly, with packages of random stuff that Rasha probably has absolutely no use for. There might have been a couple of months where those might have contained a dead animal, but you take it as some form of goodwill and affection from Aku.
I think he loves the dead animals in particular. The time he's living in Ortsa, like the Underdark, they don't have nice, like, meaty guys, so it's probably the, like, highlight of his month whenever dead animals appear in his temple.
Yeah, I don't know if it's safe to eat at that point, but after traveling across, but that's for Rasha to judge.
He keeps everything that Aku gives him.
Aww.
But I mean, even though it takes time, he definitely keeps in touch with everyone.
Nice. And Hannah with Casadius. Does he keep in touch with everybody? Who? How?
Oh yeah, if you didn't notice through campaign, he's naturally good at making connections and keeping them. It's good practice for the life he's led. It's just a habit at this point. He definitely keeps in touch with Haydn. They're probably writing to each other every other week. Invites him and Aku over as often as possible. Aku probably never comes. And that's fine. He's accepted that Aku, for some reason, is threatened by his brotherly relationship with Haydn, and that's fine. He obviously invites Ascor into the business if he'd like to, be a representative in Rasana. That's cool. That'd be good. Go for dinner with Roman sometimes with Ascor, steal cutlery, have a great time. I think he checks in on Zug quite a lot. He quite liked Zug. He thought Zug was a neat dude. Probably just sends him messages, checks in on him, sends him a bit of cash every so often, just as a kind of like, here you go, buddy, treat yourself. I've got more than I can cope with right now. Obviously, him and Barnes have their whiskey nights. It's always a good time with Barnes. He probably powers his way through Vespin's cookies. If he can stomach his mother's soup, he can stomach those cookies. And he's gonna.
He's like a favoured guest in the house
That's
because he
so
actually
good.
eats the stuff.
I think he does have some stuff that makes him resistant to poison, so he's gonna be fine.
Perfect.
Everything's
As well.
fine. I think he just keeps in touch. He's a pretty personable dude.
I love that multiple members of the party just become like sugar daddies for Zug, and they're all just like, let's just give a bunch of money to Zug.
Sponsoring his happiness.
Like,
and then
Cass's
really
whole purpose was earning enough money to keep his parents happy. He never really figured what he'd do if he earned enough that meant that he had money to spare, because all his money was always going to his parents. Now he's like, what do I spend this on? So he is like living the frivolous life now, which means that his friends get treats.
Aww, that's so
Actually,
cute.
Dad.
For Haydn, he does keep in touch with everyone. The first probably year or two when he's like living kind of an isolated kind of life with Aku in the forest, his communication's a bit more sporadic. It's more like once a month when he travels into Persona to go have therapy with Barnes, he will send a letter to everyone and see if he's received any post back. But once he and Aku take up the mantle to go try to re-stabilize the clasp and stop all of the excessive murder, he does start to become a lot better at staying in touch with people because of just having that easy access to information and the ongoings of daily life. He does notice when Aku receives communication from people and he doesn't respond, and he does surreptitiously send messages out to people confirming, yes guys, Aku is still alive, he might reply to you at some point, don't worry about him. So he kind of tries to keep people a bit calm. And yeah, Jamie, are you still there? I will take that as a no, and we will go on to the next question. I was curious to see if he had any other NPCs that maybe stayed in touch with people.
Good question. Like, did any of the NPCs like our characters enough to wanna?
To want to keep in contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll cover the main ones, right? Like Essek probably does just out of pure mercenariness. Bright Queen's friends. I think he probably, Rasha occasionally gets messages from the Drow priestess of the Downs village.
Does he?
What's going on?
Wow.
Percy and Grog and all of them keep in contact. I think, honestly, you guys covered the NPCs that you kind of would keep in contact with, so.
Nice.
Most of the
Cool.
main ones.
Does Ascor one day get a letter for like child maintenance from a green dragon?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What court would a green dragon
yeah.
go to for child support?
Yikes.
Oh, go ahead.
I think, like, I guess it's not like NPC communication, but I think on the Cyrog front, that might be something that Rasha encourages Alenia to take responsibility for, and maybe they do a little holy mission down there to sort out any Elder Brain shenanigans.
Yeah. I think Cyrog, I know it's one of the questions. Cyrog is content to be, like, obviously it was quite injured and spent a long time being there, and it's probably spent most of the time down there purging as much as it can of the Aboleth and Demon Lord's influence. However, the Mind Flayer colonies, seeing what they could accomplish when they acted as one, there's now a bit more communication between all the various colonies, and that probably will be an issue for somebody in the future.
Nice. Cool. I'm going to move on to the next question, if that's cool with everybody. So we've got a bunch of questions from myself and Clood, but I want to make sure that we definitely get some more of the audience questions, because I know we'll spend a long time on our questions as well.
Shit anytime.
Yeah. So next up we have a question from Sehno, who asked this in the Discord, and this is a question for Jamie. Did the PCs end up acting how you were expecting them to in general, or were most actions very different from how you imagined it?
I think as I talk a lot outside with you guys about it, there wasn't a huge surprise. I think that I was most surprised. Ascor and Zug certainly got me a few times. With, I think, the milk and the mayonnaise were just completely out of left field and very funny and recurring things. But I think that broadly, I've not like always exactly what I thought, but yeah, broadly, mostly within what I expected. There was no like something completely out of left field, but I think that's because you all make characters and are quite good at sticking to them. So it's like not like a Haydn suddenly, stabbing Aku or something.
Sure about that, Jamie?
I mean, I did
Maybe.
slap him.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So stuff happened that I wasn't expecting, but I don't think it was like because someone was acting strangely.
Nice.
I think actually no, that's Haydn being a bit of a hoarder. Maybe wasn't expected.
What did I hoard? Oh, yeah, like all of the magic items you gave me.
Yeah.
Bruh, like, I am the classic RPG player who, like, saves every single Mega Elixir and Mega Phoenix down and doesn't use them for the entire game because I'm like, I might need this for the final boss fight. And then I get to the final boss fight, I'm over-leveled, and then I don't need them at all.
So, Erin, would you maybe like to tell the audience how many wish spells you have at your disposal?
I still have 2. I got the wish ring out from the inside of the Nonagon box that Haydn had been given at the beginning of the story before we even started the stream, and that he had to deliver to Essek. And then after he, Barnes, and Roman, I think it was, figured out together how to open it, there was a ring in there that had, it was normally 3 uses of the wish spell, but one of them already been used, so there was 2 wishes left on it. And he'd already had the Fates card from the deck of many things that he'd also pulled pre-stream. So he had like 3 mega like life-changing abilities, and I just freaking sat on them. I think I don't know, there's I really like the consequences of my actions so in D&D. So I think like I really struggle to like think of like good things to use those for. But now that I've seen Luke use the and I think this was Clood, I think this was your suggestion, using the wish spell to make us immune to counterspell. I think that was your idea?
Yeah. When Luke sent me a cheeky message in the fight like, "Ayo, what sneaky spells can we stop him from casting?"
Yeah.
And it was like a solid half hour of like, maybe it's Finger of Death, maybe it's Disintegrate.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, there's one way we win this.
So now that I know that you can use a wish spell in that way, where it's like a temporary change that's really epic, I would maybe use it in the future, but I'd always thought of the wish spell as like some life-altering thing that affects you forever. Like, I become mega rich forever, or like I unalive someone forever. Like, it just all seems so final, and I was like, I like the process of playing out the story and finding out what happens. So now that I know I could use it for temporary stuff, maybe I'd do it differently next time.
Funnily enough, with that spell, like the things you suggested originally, like those kind of outland, I wished a mountain to fall upon me. You get less punitive results out of the spell doing that kind of, making the actual wish is better for you. So when you do use those kind of like specific bullet point options from the spell, you do get hit with quite, punitive, debilitating sort of effects. Luckily, I think it's just the way I'd built my character. I was able to, use concentration spells and not take more damage or harm my character, cast leveled spells after the fact, and just rely on the sort of consistent damage of concentration spells. Was somewhat lucky, but yeah, that idea to rule out counter spells was fucking genius from Clood.
Quick question for Jamie on the back of this. Are all of us permanently immune to counterspell, or was it just for the point of that fight?
I think it's like a certain number of days.
Oh, okay.
4 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Or like 8 days.
Oh no, not permanently, unfortunately.
Nice. Cool. All right, so moving on to the next question. This one is from Jen. He asks, the streams, YouTube, and the Discord are all called D&D Boyband because the party was called the Spice Boys. So he's wondering if we are planning on staying a boy band and just do different party name iterations of different types of boy bands and make that our thing, or if we're going to rename the Discord and the Twitch channel and everything to fit the theme of the next campaign. And I think Clood has... Oh, yeah.
I know, I'm going first. There might be an official answer here, but just before we start next campaign, the thing you guys are deciding before we even start is you're deciding your goddamn party name.
Don't worry, guys. I've got you covered. Next campaign, we're going to be called My Chemical Boy Band or The Black Parade.
Nice.
I'm kidding. We're not doing that. But
I think this could
I
be
don't know.
part
As
of...
someone that might dabble in necromancy magic, I'm entirely.
well,
up for the
we're going to have a
Will
spooky
you now?
party. So, like,
Very spooky.
Fallout party.
Oh, guys, not too many spooky fucking edgelords. Not again.
We're all edgelords.
No.
Spooky does not mean you're an
Definitely
edgelord. You can
not
have an
an edgelord.
aesthetic. You can have an
Yeah.
aesthetic without it being the character's personality.
There's at least 4 of us who are spooky.
Party at the disco.
Sorry, Mr. Paladin. Party at the disco.
Hey, paladins can be spooky and edgy.
I
You
think-
can play a vengeance paladin or an oathbreaker.
Be
They're
a spooky paladin.
Yeah, okay, I'm a vengeance paladin, but next time I'm playing an ice paladin, so...
Oath of devotion, make an oath to your
Don't make
husband.
my life too fucking hard for me again.
Sehno has applied as Fallout Boy Band. All Out Boy Band.
So,
Nice.
Another one.
I
Do
think
an
to answer your
awkward
question,
pause
we're
before you
still
answer.
planning on being D&D Boyband.
Yes.
We'll just choose a
Yes.
very obviously boy bandy name.
Yes.
So Discord, help us out on this one.
From a technical standpoint, it's very difficult to change our username across all of our platforms. So we're sticking to boyband. But yeah, we'll probably come up with our new in-character party name at our session 0, which we're doing in a couple of weeks. But yeah, if you guys have any fun suggestions, please do drop them in the Discord. We'd love to hear them. Next question is also from Jen. This one is specifically for Jamie. Is there any secret that no one ever got to or suspected, development that someone completely missed, or something that you planned that never ended up happening?
Yeah, so I think I said it before, the off-stream, one of the first things was that you went to a tavern that was called like the Last Dragon, and you were followed by a green dragon for a little whelp on the way, and then the innkeeper was clearly a green dragon, which you got, but it was the fact that like she thought she'd killed all of her siblings, but there was still one out there. That was a storyline that went nowhere. And the major
I just thought like she was the dragon that followed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was the
I know
dragon.
you did, and
Yeah.
I was like, that's fine. You come to a conclusion. You miss it. The big thing that was missed was the Shadowfell, which was the Raven Queen followers, basically with what was going on with people not being able to cross over to the other side. That none of you put that together, linking to Nadan coming back to life for some reason. And that would have been, if you'd have gone there, it would have been an alternative to going the Underdark, and I'd prepped like some of the demon lords were messing shit up there, and it would have been less connected to the Aboleths, but that was part of like another way of dealing with the plague and all of that, and that would have been a bit more of a direct story on Zahir, because he would have been more relevant there. So that was the alternative plan for that.
I was going to ask about Zahir. Yeah, so he was more that side. Damn.
Yeah, so that if you'd have like gone very full in on the plague, because I know that was one of the questions, that would have been kind of Zahir working with Piscatheus more directly. That's where that came from.
Cool. All right, I have a question from Todrazok. Hey Todd, what would your character's vacation look like if they had one post-campaign? So we're gonna go around everybody again for this one. So first of all, Eski, what would Zug's vacation look like if he went on one post-campaign?
It would probably just be, I mean, as we all slightly design characters as an echo of our own personality, Zug would probably do a similar holiday style to me, where it's just all based on food. Like, it's just
Nice.
wherever the best food is.
Eating holiday.
Whenever I go away, I always plan just the cuisine and the good restaurants. That's pretty much how I do things, and I feel like Zug would probably do something similar. Like, he would
Awesome.
probably just hop from restaurant to restaurant to restaurant.
And he's
then
got
he
all
just
that money
relaxed.
now as well. He can pick up the tab.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hence the weight gain that I was talking about. It's inevitable.
Excellent. Luke, what about Ascor? What kind of holiday would he treat himself to?
I was just thinking, I feel like because the guys already had the opportunity to go on whatever holidays I've wanted to do, and if anything, he's probably, anything that really kind of excites him other than just sort of living life in a calm way is to kind of get back in the action. So I think he'd end up finding himself going on like probably historical tours. You know how you can go on like a tour of like these ancient Roman ruins and be like, these great conquests. He'd be really getting into that, like, yeah, what was the arcane magic like, and did they win, and kind of just the kind of sense of loss and his sense of growth in that violent and tumultuous period of being an adventurer. Yeah.
Nice. And next up, Clood. What kind of holiday would Barnes and I suppose probably his husband Vespin go on together if they could leave their confines of their what's it called?
House arrest.
House arrest, that's it, yeah.
So I guess Barnes having more freedom for a lot more time probably would go on a lot of like solo city holidays because he doesn't know the cities of the world. He has a lot of culture to try and understand. So I think he just likes doing city vacations where he maybe like does it the Bard way, stays in an inn, plays some tunes, and does it all very incognito. I think when Vespin has allowed a little more freedom, they go on holiday to Vasselheim, which is where Vespin Flores lived in life. So I think, yeah, they just hang out there for a little bit. I don't think either of them are really beach people. I think sand probably pisses them off more than anything, being like Age of Arcana neat freaks. Yeah, I think it's cities.
Nice. And what about
Oh,
Rasha?
Yeah. Rasha, I don't think he has time for a holiday, you know? I think he's like, for him, his life is a holiday. Like spreading the word of Geb just is the greatest vacation he could have ever experienced. So he's living the dream. He has no need for a break.
What if
Definitely a
Geb
cult.
said to him, Rasha, you must take a holiday for your work-life balance, please.
I mean,
What would Rasha do?
Then he would definitely prove himself to be the best god, you know?
Yeah. I should be like, wow, I'm so glad my god cares about my work-life balance. No boss has ever done that for me. Then in which case I think he goes home. I think going home to Utsa to spend some time in his adopted dad's forge is probably his holiday. He like helps him out with some stuff, very simple stuff maybe, away from the stress of being a cult leader and having to create gorgeous stuff. He just creates nice stuff and helps around the house.
That's cute. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, Sai. What kind of vacation would Aku go on?
I mean, I guess boring answer, but he's kind of experienced it to an extent, but I think when Haydn and Aku are both working for the clasp again, and, you know, they're back in the thick of it, I think dragging Haydn back to the shack in the woods and spending that time away from people and, you know, focusing on Sylvanas and not having to scrape by with selling drugs to people and giving drugs to children. And probably also mentioning a thing that Jamie didn't say when he was talking about things that got missed. Also just killing random NPCs that wasn't always obvious and that never came up. So yeah, taking a break from all of that and going back to the forest is what Aku would do.
Nice. And Hannah, what kind of vacation would Casadius go on?
He's never had a vacation before. He has worked very hard his whole life. So whenever he had the money to, he would pay for his parents to go have their own lovely little holiday. He'd probably send them straight back to Percival de Rollo. And then, because he would be free to do whatever he wanted, he would go on a lads tour around tal'dorei.
Hell yeah.
The whole everything. He would invite the others, anyone who wanted to come. He's like, I'm covering your food bills, your drink bills, your hotel bills. I just want to have a nice time. And
Lads
he'd
on
get
tour.
absolutely smashed. He would, lads on tour.
Yeah.
Get smashed, have a great time. No responsibilities, just a nice, good, like, solid 2-week holiday of just touring around, drinking, having a good time, seeing sights, taking stupid photos in front of landmarks, you know. Or getting stupid portraits drawn in front of landmarks, I guess.
I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, I was just thinking before you were like, man, lads tour. Why none of us have said it?
If anyone's going to do lads tour, it's Cass.
Yeah.
I like to imagine that they all have matching t-shirts, like on a stag do.
Oh yeah, this
God,
is like a stag do style thing. They have matching t-shirts. Someone gets chained up to a lamppost and left. It's probably Zug.
Taking selfies with him tied up to a lamppost.
Passed out with a
Amazing.
mayonnaise jar.
Boyband got, I reckon, was when we ended up, like, was it the Underdark in that bath together, that hot tub?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we had a bath together, yeah.
Yeah, that giant hot tub moment.
Was that like when we first got down there?
Yeah, we had to climb up through the poop chute of the city,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The sewage tube, so we all decided we couldn't, on our good conscience, infiltrate the city while we stank of
I
shit.
feel
So we had to bathe.
that's very much one of those, like, this would never work, but I'm going to let it happen. You can get away with this. Like, you would have
Yeah.
been found out, but this is
We
fine.
like went ham on it. We like stone shaped a bath. Did like Aku create water? We heated it up. It was like a proper hot springs moment.
You know, this will always baffle me, Clood, but how the fuck do you remember this shit from so long ago in so much detail? Like, it astounds me, honestly.
Honestly, that session is like a core memory for me as well.
Yeah.
Like, I remember in such distinct detail, like even Clood describing like Rasha doing like the filigree on the bathtub, and then who is the NPC with Timoth Razi was in the bathtub with us, and she, although she was a mind flayer, she was still posing as a female drow at that point and was naked. And Haydn, being the prude that he is, was like, "Oh my god, what do we do? There's a naked woman here!" And he like made steam using like minor illusion to like hide her, basically. It was funny. That was a good session. Jen saying in chat that he wishes that he could have witnessed this, and I'm really sad that it wasn't on
It lives
stream
on
as
in
well.
him. We keep talking about doing a hot springs episode. Like, I feel like reunion tour, hot springs beach episode, and then maybe something plot. But you know.
Tackle some unfinished plot threads. I was trying to think of what kind of holiday Haydn would go on, and similar to Casadius, he has never been on vacation before, so he doesn't really know what you would do on a vacation. And I was thinking, okay, maybe he'd do a staycation, but like he's kind of had that because he's like lived in this cottage with no responsibilities for a couple of years with Aku. And I was like, well, he definitely wouldn't go to the beach because he's still freaked out by water in the ocean. But then I thought, you know, somewhere he hasn't been, because he did spend a lot of time in the Underdark, so that's also off the cards, but somewhere he hasn't been is somewhere snowy. And I thought maybe he might go up to the mountains and discover skiing or winter sports, because they're pretty, like, there's no technology involved in those, so I'm sure those would exist in D&D. So yeah, maybe he goes and stays in a little winter cabin, builds a snowman, makes some snow angels, enjoys a cup of hot cocoa after a long day being in the cold, doing fun activities. So yeah, that's my idea for Haydn's vacation. Jamie, do you have any vacation ideas for any of your favorite NPCs?
So Essek would definitely Essek definitely goes nowhere fun. It's to the frozen north of Aor.
Bitch goes to Islecross.
That's why mums go to Islecross.
Yeah. I think Nadan somehow enjoys the beach. I think he just wants to like get away from all of you for as long as possible and lay down and do nothing. Yeah, no, that's it.
Nice. Okay, so our next question is from Jen, and this one is for Jamie again. What was your favorite monster or foe or encounter to make during this entire campaign?
So Geb was fun in that, like, trying to find ways that you guys could basically go challenge mode and make it harder for yourselves or work it out. I enjoyed the ritual with ghosts. That was very fun. Kind of working out how that was going to work. And the Deseret Phoenix fight, I think were all kind of my top three. Like the ghost fight at the end was fun as well, but I think there might just be a lot of recency bias. But I think if I look back to the others, it was the ghost ritual, the Deseret. Yeah.
Nice. Cool. All right, so this next question is also from Jen, and remember, anyone who's watching live, if you have a question, please feel free to drop it into Twitch chat, and we will definitely ask it to everybody, or you can post it in the Discord, where we have a channel called Epilogue Questions. So this question is from Jen for all of the player characters. Are there any bits of lore you couldn't get in there that you'd want to tell us about your character? And also, if your character had a favorite book, what would it be? So let's start with Eski. I'm going to give you a break this time to think about it because I always start with you and I feel bad. So we're going to start from the bottom up instead. Hannah, what about Casadius? Have you got any little bits of lore that you never managed to kind of get onto paper?
I don't think there's anything I didn't manage to bring up in game. He was quite open about his involvement with the class. He was quite open about the way he grew up, not fitting in because, you know, tiefling amongst dwarves. I guess the thing that it didn't really address was that his mother, when she realized she didn't seem to be able to have a baby, prayed to anything that would listen. She just wanted a baby, and that's how Cass came about. So something listened, and it wasn't necessarily a good thing, but they got something good out of it, so it's fine.
That's so cute. I love that.
Thanks, Asmodeus.
Thanks, Asmodeus.
Thanks, Az.
And if he has a favorite book?
A book. Is this in real world book terms?
Yeah, or you can make one up. Up to you.
In real world book terms, I think he would love Oliver Twist because he would love The Artful Dodger.
Nice.
He would love that kid. He'd be like, that's what I'm gonna, he'd have read that as a child and been like, that's what I'm gonna be when I grow up. Yeah.
That's cute. I love that.
There you go.
Cool. Right. Next up is Sai. Any bits of lore about Aku that you wish you could have gotten out into the story? And also, what would Aku's favorite book be if he could read?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I covered most of the remnants of my backstory at the end of the campaign with the Clash Star. So there isn't really too much that we didn't cover. I think that rather than stuff that I didn't get in, I think I had a very different plan for Aku before. Actually, one of the biggest influences, like, into my backstory changing was actually Haydn. So even though the core elements were the same, like, I originally created Aku with the intention that most of the character, aside from like Lanharath and Sylvanas' influence, he was pretty chaotic evil. So I kind of saw him going down a really, really super evil route and then like not having a happy ending. But then because of like the party, especially with Rasha and Barnes and like and of course like Casadius and everyone else, like I think he ended up becoming a bit of a nicer guy. So there was definitely a big shift in tone when it came to like my backstory. And but yeah, no, like Jamie did a great job with the Clash Doll stuff, so most of the stuff was covered there. In terms of the book, I feel like I've talked about this. He can barely read, so I think probably his favorite book is the one that Ascor gave him.
Aww.
Or Haydn's favorite book, because he would only enjoy it if Haydn read it to him. So naturally, it would have been one of Haydn's.
Cute. Cool. Next up, Clood. Any bits of Barnes' lore that never made it into the story?
So here's the thing. I have like an endless vault of like Age of Arcanum headcanons, which just occasionally got dropped in as offhand comments that I could never like recount like what I have and I haven't put in there. It might be that his grandma was really, really shit and she was a head mage in Aor and she disowned him when he dropped out of wizard school to become a musician. And then she readopted him when he married Vespin Chloris, a very famous archmage. So it's all just shit like that. It's really inconsequential. Aww. I think broadly I got like all the like actual lore in there. I guess like what I had in mind with the eyes, like the eyes of Asmodeus and what those those are, that's something that like I guess sits on a cliffhanger, and I don't know, I think I'm gonna keep it that way.
Mysterious.
Yeah, but like I think otherwise it's just like little bits and pieces. And I have endless headcanons for what General Castello was like as like an Asmodeus servant. He didn't actually commit atrocities in the prime material plane, can I just say? He fought in the Blood War, which is the war between the devils and the demons.
That doesn't sound like committing atrocities. The Blood War.
No, he fought demons.
Yeah, and demons aren't real people.
So, like, whenever we encountered demons...
They're not even human.
Yeah, exactly. But, like, yeah, no, whenever we encountered demons in the campaign, that's why he
just
really,
kill them
really
and it doesn't
hated them.
count.
Yeah, savages, barely even human.
But yeah, so I guess that actually is lore that didn't really, like, get explained. He hates demons so much because he marshaled on the Blood War.
Nice.
As for his favorite book, it's either Bridget Jones's Diary
Cute.
or it's like Murder on the Orient Express. Like, this is something that was not in the character at all, but like him being a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist and like really into like crime drama is something that just kind of happened in him on. So I think he probably likes his Poirot and his like Arthur Conan Doyle and, you know, all the famous crime fiction.
Nice. Next up, oh, sorry, I nearly missed Rasha. Any bits of lore for Rasha that never made it in, and what would Rasha's favorite book be?
No, Rasha's an oversharer, so he definitely told everyone everything about himself.
Nice.
So I think all that is known. I guess, like, actually, the nature of him appearing on his dad's doorstep is something that remains a bit of a mystery, I guess. So maybe that's something I'd like to ask Jamie, why he came about there. But, like, yeah, so he was found on his Forge Master's doorstep, wrapped in his little scarf. You know, his dad's wife had passed long back, and yeah, so it was all a bit of a...
Is it because an ancient evil wizard had like Avada Kedavra his parents, and he needed to make sure that he went to Forge school to become a great Grand Forge Master?
He does have that little diamond on his forehead. Maybe that's a little more lightning.
It does, yeah. You're a Forge Master, Rasha.
I normally leave those details to you, and if you ever wanted to hammer it out, I haven't thought about it, but I'm sure we can
hammer it out.
Hammer it out. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I imagine it's like something to do with him being a genasi.
Nice.
Maybe it was just a drow in the village that was cursed with a genasi baby after all.
Mm.
In terms of book, right? Like, I mean, the Bible. Like, dude just loves religion so much. Like, I actually can't think of I cannot imagine Rasha reading fiction, right? There is no way he would read fiction. So it's either like a really practical, like, he doesn't need any books on forging, let's be honest, but like maybe it's like, I don't know, something slightly adjacent, like carpentry, which he does less of. Some kind of manual, or it's just straight up the Bible, which I guess he writes for Geb, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Next up is Luke with Ascor. Any bits of lore that never made it into the story, and what is Ascor's favorite book?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because like books, that is kind of one of the things I wanted, you know, literature in general. One of the things I wanted to build on and explore more of Ascor, because things you would have got a glimpse of early with Ascor, that, you know, he, as much as he was this kind of vacuous kind of jock, he liked to write. Ascor was based upon, you know, a few characters from fiction, one of them being several characters from the Mad Men series. And I forget the name of the character, but he's great. He's a bit of a dark horse. He just seems like an everyman who everyone likes, and he's this novelist, and he submits it to a newspaper and wins a prize. And one of the other protagonists is like hotly jealous of him as well. So I quite like the idea of this kind of vacuous corporate type being this kind of artistic genius, but not really leaning into it that much. So I kind of wanted to pursue that similar sort of design for Ascor, and, you know, part of that being writing more short stories, intentionally really bad ones, couple very early on. But, you know, I think at one point with Ascor, I think it's about the same time we were, I don't know, like, I wanted to write more of that. Didn't necessarily find the time to do that. In terms of what I wanted to explore more as well, I suppose I was keen earlier on to do a bit more of the family further down the storyline. It just so happened that I think it happens to everyone, you kind of can get to this point where you're struggling a bit for inspiration for your character, kind of what's going to be the next transition for them. And I feel like that's when that family stuff came, was around that time I was kind of struggling to inject with my character a lot of, you know, energy and creativity. So I would have liked to explore that in a way. In terms of books, I think there's a couple of things I could say. Probably like some, you know, iconic right-wing piece of literature, like something by Ayn Rand or something. About,
oh my gosh.
You know, the individual and the necessity to sort of create and produce. And then also one of the books he was going to be interested in was a fiction, in-game sort of fictional book about another character. I actually decided to make the character, which is one of my potential characters for the campaign. which I don't think I will play this character, but it's a kind of he's a in a way sort of like kind of film noir detective type, and rogue. Yeah, I know, Luke, whatever, classic. Just constantly building rogues or finding ways to not build rogues by building rogues. Which is gonna be like intelligence-based dwarven rogue. And I was gonna name him after like a jazz musician as well, called Mingus. Charlie Mingus is a famous jazz musician. And he's like a thick Glaswegian accent as well. Be proficient in the horn as a player, the pit as wholefully. Pretty terrible in a fight the way I built him, but super strong in terms of like investigation, insight, all the social skills, that kind of thing. Yeah, that is kind of be a sort of teen sort of hero novel about this character.
Nice.
So
I
in
love
terms
him.
of favorite book and what I wanted to build out, it was kind of more of that.
Cool. I'm very intrigued about that character. Next up is Eski with Zug. Is there any bits of lore that never made it out in Zug's story? And also, what would Zug's favorite book be?
I mean, favorite book's a really easy one. It would be some sort of picture-based food diary by maybe like Sick Rhine or something. Like, you know, so yeah, just some sort of like maybe even like a travel food kind of diary of some sort that he would use to then seek out the best restaurants in Amman or any other city. He doesn't have much of a love for just like poetry or any sort of advanced literature, but the practical things like, you know, where to eat, or maybe even a book about big dinosaurs would be something that would much more take his fancy. As for the lore thing, Zug was like pretty much the first character I ever made, so I definitely didn't give anywhere near enough thought to his backstory as I would do if I went over it a second time. Like, his entire concept was that he was a somewhat kind of like built to be a side character in a way, and kind of the entire personality went from basically like almost like an NPC guard that you accidentally picked up into your party that just became really stupid bonkers strong for no reason, just because you like leveled him up so much, but he never gained much more complexity than the NPC guard that he was. So I was always really tempted to like give him some backstory involving family or anything, but it kind of like took away from the archetype that I'd made for him, and I felt like it didn't work. Like, if I made him too complex, then he wouldn't be Zug anymore.
Yeah.
And it didn't really fit. So I'm really planning on being like a lot more thoughtful with the next character. But for this one, I had to kind of hold myself back from actually like going too fancy.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, just because it just didn't feel right. Like, he's not supposed to be that complicated. It never was. That's just kind of the way he is. That's just the character style, and that's how I liked him.
Nice. I love that.
There's not really anything I missed out on, to be honest.
Cool. And then I guess I am last. So Haydn lore. Yeah, I think there's like a bunch. So I guess the main thing was that I played Haydn in another campaign before I joined this one, which was an into the abyss, or out of the abyss. Yeah, out of the abyss campaign. And I left that campaign to take a little break, and I'd left at level 9, and we had just, I think, left the Neverlight Grove. And then when Jamie and Clood were like, hey, you should join our D&D campaign, I was like, yeah, okay, you know what, sure. Where are you guys? What level are you? Like, I'll figure out how to like slot myself in. And they were like, yeah, we're level 9 and we just entered the Neverlight Grove. And I was like, what the heck? So it was like really weird that it was just like so perfectly lined up. So I thought, actually, you know what? I'm going to keep everything that happened in this old campaign as Haydn's canonical backstory. So I have like kind of this stuff to pull on. So I'll try to do a really short TLDR of what happened in that, but basically he was traveling with another group of adventurers who, 2 of the druids in that group were part of a special order that were tasked to keep the Wand of Orcus away from Orcus. And basically one of them knew where the Wand of Orcus was, but couldn't remember, so he was like trying to do these visions to like remember where it was. And anyway, we did encounter Orcus once, and it was really scary, and he killed one of our party members, and then we basically, yeah, like we went through a couple of different adventures, but the main thing was like that was what solidified Haydn's like fear of Orcus. Was he actually saw Orcus like have this massive hand, like ripped through this portal, grabbed one of his party members and like crushed them to death. And so when he joined this party, and shortly into the campaign, we were fighting in the Mind Flayer colony, and Orcus of all people showed up, and he had his wand. Haydn was thinking, oh shit, he's got his wand. That must mean that he found my old party, and they obviously gave him the wand, and he's probably killed them. So he was like at that moment like, oh my god, my old party is dead. So then when Orcus dropped the wand, Haydn felt like a really deep personal responsibility of, this is my legacy I have to carry through for my old party members. So that's why he was like so protective of the wand and like, okay, I need to make sure we destroy this thing and avenge my dead party members. And that was a little Easter egg that we wrote into the epilogue with Aku and Haydn. When Aku was walking into their house, there was a small description of a pile of 5 little stones stacked on top of each other as like a little shrine outside. And that was a little shrine to his dead party members who didn't manage to destroy the Wand of Orcus. So yeah, I never really brought a lot of that out. I hinted at it. I think after we first destroyed the Wand of Orcus, Haydn tried to do like a little shrine to them, but it was kind of like buried in everything else that was going on at the time. So that was the main part of like kind of lore that I never touched on. And then I guess there's like a little bit of like childhood lore of like, why did he leave home and go on the streets and like become a thief? Basically, his family had a family business. He was really shit at the family business, and they were all like, go get a real job, you loser. And that was basically it. So yeah, in terms of favorite books, so I was thinking about this, and I think I've got 2. One's a real book and the other one's a made up book. So the real book I'd probably say is The Hunger Games. I think that he would really admire Katniss, obviously being another bow and arrow user. That's kind of cool seeing in a book. And then also like, I think he really admires her survival skills and like adaptability. And also he definitely enjoys a little bit of the romance that's in the book. And also the kind of underlying story of like going against the system and like trying to overthrow like kind of corrupt individuals, which very much plays into his story as well. And then for a fake book, I think he would really love Teen Werewolf, where a young high schooler that Haydn really identifies with has a tenuous kind of like will they won't they kind of tension between him and this other like werewolf, and like they're always getting into shenanigans where like they get stunned and they're like stuck on top of each other and everyone's like, oh my god, they're together, but it never gets confirmed. He's like page turning that being like, oh my god, are they gonna get together? What the hell? So
yeah, I take it back. Haydn's books are not Aku's favorite books.
Haydn reads absolute trash.
He might be the werewolf.
yeah, that's why Haydn likes it so much.
You know, I feel like Haydn and Barnes share trashy books.
Oh yes, for sure. Yeah, he's read Gentle Shadow Hand. He earmarked a couple pages to have a giggle with Barnes over that. So yeah, he reads absolute crap.
I feel like Vesper's made like a shelf of shame in the house where it's just all the shit books and then everything else is very worthy and important and smart.
For sure. Okay, so next question is
if I can quickly before you jump on.
Oh yeah.
I just reminded myself of like one thing, which is like, I mean, it's like 2 years old, which is why I didn't remember at the time. But like one of the really, really early iterations of Zug explains why he's really short for a half-orc.
Oh.
Which is that his mum's an orc, and his dad was a really like tiny intellectual human male. And that was part of the reason as why he's so small, is because his dad was so scrawny and pathetic. And it was supposed to also lead into like his original plan was that he was supposed to be kind of like and it's where the kind of like his blacksmithy side came from that kind of fell off. He was originally supposed to move in that direction, but then I found out that obviously Rasha existed, who's just going to be a better blacksmith in every single way ever.
Yeah.
And it kind of like immediately just meant, well, I mean, there's no point being a really average blacksmith when you have someone who's blessed by the god of the forge, so I might as well just kind of like absorb into that particular being. So I just dropped that side completely, and then he's just short and there isn't much reason to it. And I was like, well, okay, maybe he could like learn a bit of magic because he's got like, I don't know, some genes for intelligence in him or something. But again, it never kind of came around and it didn't really work. But like that was kind of the idea, was he was supposed to have like hidden smarts in his genes. But yeah, it's just, that was a really early iteration that ended up like kind of not really coming to fruition. I don't regret it in any way. It's just I forget that it was the reason why he was small was because he was supposed to be like quite skilled with like the blacksmith side.
Nice. So we've actually kind of touched on this answer for this next question, but I think this is really interesting. So this was a question from Luke for Hannah, which is, what were your inspirations for your character? And I think that'd be an interesting question for all of us to answer, since Eski touched upon it with his like kind of NPC guard story as well. But let's start with Hannah, since that was who the question was originally aimed for. So yeah, what was your inspiration for Casadius? Are you there?
No,
She
The drama.
might need to drop off.
Oh no.
She's muted.
Okay, well let's go
I'm
around.
here, sorry.
Oh, you're here! Yay!
I will be dropping off soon because work tomorrow.
No problem.
But, I can answer this one. So initially, I did make Cass for a one-shot that I played with some friends. I like doing unusual multi-classes. I like to go for ones that people like, that's not optimized. And I'm like, I don't care, I'll work it out. And somehow I make them optimized. It's like Rogue Bard is just not a multi-class a lot of people recommend you do because it doesn't really line up. But the general vibe of Cass, I really wanted to try playing a smarmy car salesman type who would stab you in the back once you'd already given him the money.
Nice.
That was just the vibe. I wanted that kind of like, I was like, well, rogues should probably be charming in some aspects because logically there must be a subset of rogues who really rely on getting your favor and then fucking you over. And I was like, oh, I don't see a lot of people play rogues that way. I just see a lot of like underhanded, sneaky, stabby in the dark kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, what if you combine the charm of a bard with the murder of a rogue? And I was like, oh, actually, yeah, this could work really well. Because if he was like a magic item dealer who worked for like a larger criminal organization, he's the guy you send in to like talk to people, make the deals and stuff. And if it starts to look like it's going south, you're then like, yeah, he can also deal with it if it goes wrong.
Nice.
And I just thought that would be a really interesting concept. And the backstory stuff of like his parents, I was like, oh, a lot of people in D&D do that thing where like people don't have a family anymore. The majority of the PCs I make always have a family. I'm not a big fan of leaning into the adventurers can't have connections because why else would they wander off and just go, fuck around? I'm like, no, I like the idea that you have like a drive that links to the people in your life.
Yeah.
And like Cass's whole thing was he felt so guilty for being born so different and causing his parents problems, because I don't imagine a lot of dwarves out there are that welcoming to a tiefling amongst them. Like not many cultures in D&D tend to be. There's that whole thing of like, yeah, they are like a bad omen. And he grew up with parents who loved him anyway. His dad had a few problems with it. One of the main reasons his dad didn't really talk was he'd had like a breakdown quite a few years ago. And Cass had only really started getting closer with him after that because he like continued to care for his dad after the breakdown, and his dad kind of saw how much he cared.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole thing there was like he felt so indebted to his parents for everything they'd had to go through just for him simply existing.
Yeah.
That his entire drive in life was, I am going to make life better for these people who who raised me.
Oh,
However I can do it, and it just turned out that clasp and becoming a criminal was the best way he could do that.
that's so cute. So started off as a smarmy salesman and turned into a really touching story about family.
It was a random detail I added in the ending of the one shot we did, and then I just kind of was kind of like, oh, I'm gonna play with that more. And like the letter to his parents that he wrote was basically like, I think I'm gonna die. I'm just gonna tell you everything I've done that's bad, but why I did it, and the reason I did it is because I love you both so much.
Aww, that's so
he wrote
sweet.
it. He wrote it in Dwarven, and he said, "You've done the ending line of it. I won't read the whole letter, but it was, you've done so much for me, and whether I make it or not, I want to thank you for that. I love you both so much. Wherever I rest, know the stones will sing me your lullabies, Casadius."
I'm gonna cry.
Deep in his heart, he is a dwarf.
Oh my god.
A little bit of
Bruh.
Captain Parrot, maybe from Pratchett.
Yeah. Oh, that's so sweet. Aku. Sorry, Sai, what was your inspiration for Aku as a character?
Oh god. I didn't really have an inspiration when I started Aku. I'd basically come out of a very long campaign, where I played a very straight-laced, goody two-shoes character, and I wanted to play something completely different. I wanted to play someone who I felt the freedom to do whatever the fuck I wanted, evil or not. And I was kind of like, how do I do this with kind of keeping the paladin theme? And that's where I kind of came up with having two sides of Aku's personality. I mean, it was more at the time, you know, two characters in one body. So Lanharath and Aku, and I think the end goal of that was going to be originally that they become one person and therefore he changes, but that got very messy when you know, Haydn and Ghost came into the picture. So yeah, I think, I mean, as much as Jamie likes to joke, I did actually make Aku before Netflix's Moon Knight came out, but that was definitely reignited my oh yeah, shit, this is actually really interesting. And so like that kind of changed up how I was role playing Aku for a while. But yeah, I mean, mostly just my drive to play a character that was really different to the stereotypical paladin that is, you know, lawful good a lot of the time. And yeah, I didn't quite anticipate how fucking hard it would be to roleplay with yourself and to roleplay two characters in one go. So I'll be thinking very carefully about that next campaign.
For sure. Cool. Next up, Clood. What was your inspiration for Rasha, first of all, since he was your first character?
Yeah, so like Sai, I had come off a very long campaign where I played a 24 charisma mafia boss, servant of an evil god. Maybe that's a running thing. And I wanted to play something completely different. So I knew that something I really liked about Warlock was that there's another entity involved. There's something like really fun in having that connection to something extra planar. So I thought Cleric was probably the best kind of side grade for me on that one. But when I was making Rasha, I was like, what is the opposite of like 24 charisma? It's 6. It's 6 charisma, isn't it? So like I just wanted to play something that was really socially incompetent, and that I didn't have to like think too hard about my words on, and that was kind of part of the running joke. And to be honest, at the time I was making a chair and it was made out of slate, and I just decided that slate was really pretty, and I as a person really like gold. So the gold sort of crept in, and the more I thought about it, I was like, cleric, forge cleric. And this is where I confess that I am in love with Sauron, and I have been since I was 10 years old. And I really liked the idea of playing some kind of forge cleric that had some like nebulous sort of like relationship with creating perfect things. Maybe that wasn't such a good thing. Blacksmith that like wanted to create great beauty in the world, but maybe not all was well. So when I kind of pitched it to Jamie, I was like, yo, he has this god, his name's Geb. I don't know what Geb is. You can tell me what Geb is. Make it fun. So the whole Avaleth thing was like completely Jamie. I just told him I wanted to have a slightly sus god.
Yeah, in a similar sort of vein, American Psycho as well. I think what's interesting about Patrick Bateman's character, the character of Christian Bale's character of Patrick Bateman, was that he was someone who, on the sort of surface of things, projected this image of virtue, but in reality was, and was seen as this sort of aspirational figure in society by virtue of his station and espoused. But in reality, he was, very vacuous, dangerous, sort of psychopathic individual. And I kind of intended originally for Ascor to be a much darker character, so I started kind of creating him before the subclass I chose was actually released. I was going to go for a way of shadow sorcerer, but then ended up with saw this came out and I was like, well, this is perfect manipulation and sort of like will projection. Great for this character. Ran with that, and some of the elements tried to work in. I loved that idea of playing a lawful character, a neutral evil character that saw themselves as a good character and worshipped a good deity. So that's why you often hear those sort of affirmations of the platinum dragon, Bahamut, which is the sort of most lawful good of deity known to man. Known to humanoids, and then but also at the same time just being the antithesis of this. I kind of sort of ran with that aspect as well. There are a few other things, but it escapes me at the moment. I may remember one time.
I start, it seems to be a trend with me. I tend to start with a character that would be fun to play in combat, and then I work from there. And I didn't understand the rules of D&D very well, but I'm a gigantic min-maxer in pretty much every game I ever play. So the quickest thing I could possibly pick up was the fighter, and I just went for something that would just do a huge amount of damage. And I quite like, I guess the ultimate inspiration is the fact that I played an orc warrior for 2 years in WoW, or longer than that in WoW, and that was basically just kind of where I started. So hence the horde flag behind me. But yeah, it's started as an orc warrior because Zugzug and Lok'Taraga, and then it just basically went on from there.
I mean, not that kind of work.
Absolutely not.
I'm clicking on move.
For Haydn, so Haydn's a character I created when I was 15. I've had him for a long time. Originally, I created him on Ragnarok Online, which was a really old MMO. In that game, you could be a merchant as a class, and also there was a priest class and assassin class. And I think I first played as I played as a priest for a bit, and then I multi-classed into assassin because I thought the juxtaposition was interesting, and then I had this merchant class thing as well. And my friends all joined a roleplay server, and I was trying to think how I'm going to make this character into a roleplay character. And I thought it'd be interesting if everything kind of contradicted with each other. So that was kind of how I got the basis of the story of so his family business, which was actually a family medical clinic. So he started off as working for basically doctors. He should have had a pretty good life set out for him, but then he was really shit at it. So thus the switch to becoming a thief, and the thief and the merchant thing contradicting was being a merchant's worst nightmare, basically. So that kind of then bled into him becoming a pickpocket. Then I took a break from the character for a couple of years, got distracted by other OCs and other fandoms, and then I got into role-playing on Final Fantasy 14, and they've got Catboys on there, which of course are we're the best race to be until they brought up Bunny Boys. So I was a Catboy, and I was trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to roleplay on this game? And I thought, why don't I just make a character who's basically like an asshole, like a cat, and like we'll just like sit on counters and like knock items off. And so that was like basically where it started, and then it kind of started to grow back into this old Haydn character. And I thought, oh, if I make him a pickpocket, then it's like really easy to like go up to other people's characters and like start roleplay. So that was how I started like a lot of roleplay kind of instances with friends. And yeah, then the character just kind of grew from there, using a couple of these like key kind of things that were built out from like RPG storylines or like RPG classes, I guess. And then yeah, I ended up playing the character in my previous campaign, and then when I got invited to this one, I was like, Jamie, what are everyone's like classes, and like what's like the ability spread like? And there was a real lack of dexterity and intelligence in the party, and I was like, oh my god, I can play my arcane trickster, this is perfect. So yeah, it just like was really serendipitous and just worked out really well. I actually was cleaning the other day, and I found the piece of paper I wrote, Ascor, a sorcerer, ghost, a warlock, Rasha, a cleric, like the first time I was having a phone call with Jamie about like who are all these people in this party, which is quite a cute little memento. So I've kept that. But yeah, that's my inspiration for Haydn, an asshole cat who was a cleric but turned into a assassin. Anyway, it didn't quite turn out that way, but he grew and developed over time. So I think we probably only have time for maybe one more question. So let's have a quick look here. I think both Clood and I have a bunch of questions we really want to ask Jamie, but I think we should probably ask one more fan question before we sign off.
We could maybe do, I don't know, a beginning or end to some of the one-shot sessions, finish off stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's see. I think Jen has a party-wide question, which I think is interesting, or it's interesting for the whole party, which is a question for you, Jamie. Was there any way for the party to save Ghost from the get-go?
So obviously Ghost was Lauren's character. That pact had been made. I imagine that... So there was a way to prevent what happened, which very nearly happened. Like if people go back and watch the episodes, like you guys were pretty against doing the ritual, and yeah, so you either could have prevented Ghost from gathering the ingredients, or not done the ritual because he needed the protection. Like I think that was Lauren and I talked about. He needed people to help him, and he might have gone away and paid somebody to do it or something like that. But like you guys not making that decision, you could have not done it. In terms of saving him, yeah, that would have been very difficult because it wasn't just like he was normally done. His mind had been taken over via the book. So I think it would have been a case of like working out that was what had happened, and then quite a long Wand of Orca style thing to get rid of it. So it also would have had to have been kind of in discussions with Lauren at the time and then afterwards. But an incredibly slim chance that would have been quite a different way than what the character was going. I think the more likely scenario was that you stop him ascending and then need to deal with that.
Nice. Cool. All right, that was a pretty short one. Do we have time for one more? We gotta sign off here.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Hannah's got a really good one, but they're not here, so I don't wanna ask that one without them here. Clood, I know that you have a bunch of questions on your list. Do you want to pick one to ask to round out the Q&A session?
Okay, well, the one that comes to mind is maybe just like an unresolved one for end of campaign. Jamie, Sylphrena, what was up with her?
So Sylphrena wasn't behind the plague. She was more of a rank opportunist. She knew that the plague was happening, and she like pitched the rally to be there. And it was about eliminating as many of Ascor's dad's followers as possible, and potentially maybe Siegfried and everything. So she started off in a good place, but in a desire to do good and with just unable to win the election in any other way, she increasingly made more and more pacts and deals, and most of it came from her wife. So it was very much like somebody attempting to do good who had just made like the wrong deal too many times and now was in too deep and just thought that the only way to get out of it was keep going. So it wasn't that she was causing the plague, she was just taking full advantage of it. However, she part of being in too deep was she was involved with Hannah Wasserman's murder, which I think you found out, which was all part of this like plan to attempt to get in. It's all, when I'm in power, I'll do good, but then you give yourself to too many evil people and you just never get there.
Nice.
So that was the Vecna cultists who helped her with some stuff. There was people who gave the scout reports. There was some Aboleth dealings potentially, as well as the people who hired her to take out Hannah Wasserman, an undisclosed party.
Interesting. Cool. All right. Well, I think that is where we're going to wrap it for the Q&A session. Thank you, everyone who submitted questions in the Discord and in Twitch. If we didn't manage to answer your question, please do poke us on the Discord. I'm sure most of us would be happy to answer them in our spare time. And yeah, it's been a real pleasure. When I said to all you guys a year and a half ago, hey, do you want to try streaming our D&D campaign? I didn't really ever think very far about what that was going to look like, and we've been doing it for a long time now, and it's been fun. So
Yes.
thank you, everyone,
Thank you,
for watching. Everyone in Twitch chat, everyone on the Discord, everyone on YouTube who watches the VODs. Thank you to you guys for joining in with this crazy streaming adventure. But most of all, thank you, Jamie, for running this incredible campaign for us. It's been so much fun, and I'm really excited for the next one. So
Speaking of next one, I'll see you guys next week for Clood's Electric Scary Boogaloo.
Boogaloo. That's on a Wednesday, right?
Yeah. So we have a day change for the next few weeks where we will be playing on Wednesdays because my work has me get home right before we stream and I need some brain time to read my notes and plan how I will destroy the party.
for sure. So yeah, make sure you keep an eye on the Discord where we will be announcing the new date change and all the details you need to know in order to tune in for Clood's Electric Boogaloo one-shot adventure, which is more going to be like a 4-shot or multi-episode shot, but a mini campaign, you could say.
Mini campaign while Jamie preps us for the next one.
For sure.
Yes.
Cool.
Speaking of which, I actually don't know why I don't know the answer to this. Jamie, are you a player in this mini campaign?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he is. You guys get to
Ooh.
play with Jamie.
There we go.
Now I'm
Very
a little
fun.
motivated.
Hi, Virgil.
Cool.
I'm playing my samurai fighter, which you can all deal with.
Will do.
Storm that is approaching, some call him.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, any final words from folk?
Nope. Just has been really fun. Thank you, everybody.
Mhm.
It's been a ride, boys. It's been a ride. I'm very excited for the next campaign. And yeah, I really like streaming because we have some gang who we can meme and chat with. And you guys watching have been a real blessing. It's really nice knowing that we get to share our campaign with people, and it isn't just something that lives within the 7 brains gathered here. It's really cool having you guys there, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Well, that's us. You want to sign us off for the last time, Jamie?
Well, thanks everyone for watching. It's been really great, and I've had as much fun as everybody else. And we will see you next week. Bye.
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 the sea, but amazingly, I'm too scared of water. Too scared of water. And I hope that one day you'll find me again. We can run to the top of the mountains. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Would you remember when you fell in love with me? From here, away from curfews you have, and all those things you hold dear. It would be stupid to throw it away, so let's get out on this boat and stop your crying for days. I wanna see the sea, but amazingly, I'm too scared of water, too scared of water. And I hope that one day you'll find me again. We can run to the top of the mountains. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over? Would you fall in love once all over again? So if I took you back to the moment you met me, would you smile like our first kiss? Remember when you fell in love with me? Try hard. No, we don't need to be clear. We need our best, I'll tell dear. We need escape from here. So if I took you back to the place where we first met, would you fall in love all over?